Chapter 1950 Training with Different Meaning. Chapter 1950 Training with Different Meaning. Ding. Refinery failure. Long Fei was stunned on the spot. Holy sh*t. I haven't even done anything and I've already failed? You don't get it, do you? Long Fei had a stupefied expression. He didn't even know where he had failed. The colossal dragon's voice sounded. The alchemy techniques that you have mastered in the past are all trash, and are completely useless. From the moment you used your divine power to ignite the fire, you have failed. Long Fei was speechless. In the Devil Island, he had never refined any pills, but in Chaos Realm, he was also a master of alchemy. How could the first step be wrong? Long Fei was not convinced, and asked, if we do not use divine power to ignite the fire, then what should be the first step? Could the spirit grass have melted directly into the pill furnace? The colossal dragon slightly said, every single spirit grass has their own unique characteristics. Traditional alchemy can only refine ordinary traditional medicine, and this kind of medicine can only be wasted on spirit grass. It doesn't have too much value. If I want to refine a real divine pill, I have to master the art of heaven. Long Fei asked again, why is it a sky spell? The colossal dragon replied, one does not rely on one's own strength to refine pills. Instead, one uses the natural power of all kinds of methods to refine pills. The world is just a huge furnace. He doesn't need a real alchemy powerhouse to concoct a pill furnace. F***ck. Long Fei unhappily grinned. If you use all sorts of methods, you will naturally go to the alchemy. Make one for me to see. The colossal dragon said gently, I will only do it once. Watch carefully. While they were talking, a few spirit grass rose into the air. Suddenly, the huge dragon's power surged. The wind, chi, luck, and power in the surroundings were all channeled by him. He had truly turned the world into a pill furnace. The spirit grass rose into the air as the holy source surged and fused. In less than a second, a ray of spiritual light shot out explosively. A sugar-sized pellet appeared in front of Long Fei. Long Fei moved. Pill. Spirit opening pill grade. Divine level. This divine level is different from the divine level in Devil Island. In ancient holy battlefield, the divine level in 100,000 places is completely different. Description: a pill can instantly become a god. Long Fei was dumbstruck as he looked at the pill's properties. He needed billions of souls to be able to become a god with just a thought. And this small pill in front of him, as long as he swallowed it, he could become a god. Gudong. Long Fei heavily swallowed his saliva and muttered, about that, this pellet. Without waiting for Long Fei to finish, the pill flew into the air and landed in the mouth of the colossal dragon. Long Fei's eyes turned green and he cursed in his heart, F***ck, won't you leave it to me? That's a spirit-opening pill. A single pill can help one become a deity and rise to the heavens in a single step. He even had the heart to cry. However, the colossal dragon disdainfully said, my alchemy technique is only at the lowest stage of the heaven arts, and the pellets I refine are only barely adequate. A true alchemy powerhouse can casually refine and consume a pellet that will instantly kill your 100,000 supreme powerhouse 10,000 times. Long Fei. They had instantly killed up to 10,000 of powerhouse. A single pill could kill a sovereign? Moreover, 10,000 times. Was there such a pill in this world? Killed a sovereign in an instant? Long Fei didn't even dare to believe that. If it was true, then the 100,000 planes was too small in front of the universal large world. The warriors here were all probably 3 years old when compared to the warriors in the universal world. Terrifying. It was too damn scary. It was also at this time. The system sounded out. Ding. Alchemy mission, failure. Boom. Long Fei's idea was once again blasted to death, breaking out in a cold sweat. It returned to the real world, Damn, this is too ferocious. Training method? This is simply devilish. Look at the other modes. Next, Long Fei tried them out one by one. Refining method. Boom. Killed. Inscription mode. Boom. Instantly killed. After observing all the challenges, Long Fei concluded that these challenges could only be described with one word: you're courting death. There was no pattern that Long Fei could endure past 3 seconds. If he went up, he would be defeated, and if he failed, he would be killed. Wanting to pass the mission, ascend to heaven? It was 10,000 times harder than climbing to heaven. After an entire night of suffering, Long Fei was completely beaten up. He felt like he had been an idiot in his previous cultivation. The next day, Long Fei said, "Continue. You're courting death. Even I have to come up with some tricks. I don't believe you." Long Fei never submitted. Moreover, through the night, although he had failed all the challenges, he had learned a lot of things. On the contrary, he felt that he had learned a lot under the cruel training mode. It would be useless in the Dragon Coffin world, but in the Devil Island world, he felt that one night was comparable to 10 years of bitter cultivation by the great masters. Also, he wanted to enter the ancient holy battlefield. He wanted to leave alone. The Devil Island needed someone to protect them. If he led too many people and left, he was afraid that other powers would invade the Devil Island. Just as Gold Robe Master said, this was his foundation. If the Devil Island was destroyed, his divine spark would fall as well. He wanted to enter the ancient holy battlefield by himself, to find the entrance to the battleground, and at that time, he would return to the Devil Island to bring his men into the battlefield. Thus, before he enters the ancient holy battlefield, he needs to be strong enough. The powerhouses of the main temple were waiting for him. The sovereigns would definitely not allow him to easily enter the battleground. It was imperative to become stronger. The cultivation method of Dragon Coffin was extremely important. Again, Martial Arts Training Mode Challenge. Ding. Activating the Martial Arts Training's cultivation method, killing 10,000 steel armor beast. Long Fei came to the Star Wars battlefield once again. This time he was good. Looking at the incoming steel armor beast, his fist sank. "Take one of my blasting fist first." Boom! The power of the ultimate boxing was released. Blasting fist, whoever he saw. The ultimate boxing had an endless amount of power. The steel armor beast did not dodge, and continued to forcibly charge forward. Rumble! Long Fei grinned and said, "You're still not dead yet." However, the huge explosion had not finished landing yet, but the steel armor beast in the dust did not have any injuries, and directly smashed into Long Fei's body. Boom! The idea shattered. Long Fei left the otherworldly battlefield. Hoo. Holy **T. Not even death of blasting fist? Long Fei's face turned white as if he died once. The colossal dragon's voice rang out, "The martial arts training mode is not only for you to kill the steel armor beast, the most important thing is to cultivate. All of your strength will be suppressed here, so the blasting fist is also useless. You have to rely on your combat skills, strength, speed, and also your ability to see to defeat the steel armor beast. Only by doing so can you truly improve, not just raise your cultivation level. This is meaningless." Understood. Chapter 1951 Eagle's Eye Insight. Chapter 1951 Eagle's Eye Insight. Dragon Coffin, Ancient World's Astral Battlefield. Hoo. Long Fei gasped for breath. After spending more than 3 hours on the battlefield, the steel armor beast finally lost a tenth of its HP. This is too damn difficult. Looking at the steel armor beast that was fuming, Long Fei felt very bad. Isn't this guy too difficult to deal with? After 3 hours, Long Fei was almost played until death as he grinded back and forth between the damage dealt by the MIS and the fact that the steel armor beast did not die. However, After 3 hours of consumption, he always knew some of the characteristics of this steel armor beast. For example, every time he moved the red liquid flowing on his body, it would flash with a red light. For example, every time he moved the red liquid flowing on his body, it would flash with a red light. However, it was far too difficult to sever the source of power. Huff, huff. Long Fei panted like an ox as his brain spun. He had been training in the Dragon Coffin's training mode for 3 days straight. In these 3 days, this was the first time he had dealt 10% of the steel armor beast's damage. One steel armor beast was way too far away from 10,000, but this was an important step. Boom. The steel armor beast let out a roar, and its footsteps became heavy. Buzz. An ear-piercing sound pierced through the air, followed by a red light shining from its body. Long Fei frowned, coming. F***CK. I'm not afraid of you. Long Fei stood in place without moving, holding his breath. He concentrated with all his might, and all the divine power in his body surged out. Calm down, you have to be calm. He was waiting for an opportunity. They were waiting for the chance to kill him in one hit. In the blink of an eye, the steel armor beast pounced down, its forelimbs suddenly turned into sharp blades, like a flying mantis. With a few slashes, the blade chi wreaked havoc, sealing off all paths of retreat for Long Fei. Seal off my path of retreat? Humph. I've never thought of running away. Just like you. Long Fei's eyes suddenly opened wide, revealing a ray of light. Following that, his entire body flew out, sticking close to the ground. Rumble. The steel armor beast smashed down. Long Fei's right fist moved. The dragon-shaped mark let out a faint glow. Come on! Thousands of holy power value surged. Long Fei punched heavily on the steel armor beast's abdomen, which was also where all of the steel armor beast's scarlet energy was gathered from. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion. Long Fei's arm also went numb from the impact, as if he was almost blown away by the backlash. However, a miracle happened. The red light covering the steel armor beast scattered, and was shattered by Long Fei within the energy source. His entire body collapsed. Ha ha ha. As expected, it is a one-hit kill. Awesome, you are awesome. Is the steel armor beast amazing? Isn't it still being torn to pieces by me, ha ha ha. Long Fei shouted excitedly. It was also at this time. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Eagle's Eye power. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 100 million experience points, 100 million holy power value, and 1 metamorphic energy value. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining a piece of God's steel. Eagle's Eye. Long Fei felt a surge of power surge into his eyes, as if his eyes had transformed. Hawkeye. It had a 5% understanding of a Fatal Strike's weakness. Fatal Strike's weakness? Long Fei was excited and thought, ha ha ha. This devilish training method sure is useful. And the experience is so great. 100 million experience each. If 10,000 is a trillion, then how high would one have to rise to? Long Fei was a little confused. His current level was lower god. He should be the strongest existence in the Devil Island. However, the realm and level of the ancient holy battlefield S were not limited to just the lower god S. There were even higher levels. To be able to obtain 1 trillion experience points, not to mention the highest level of experience points, even main temple would probably be considered as the strongest level of existence. A trillion experience, adding task credit, and there's even a big prize for mysteriousness, ha ha. System, you are really too awesome, too abnormal. Long Fei was excited. However, at this moment, the 2 steel armor beasts descended, not giving Long Fei enough time to react, and instantly killed the Long Fei who was thinking too much at the same time. Boom. The idea was cut down. Long Fei was scared to the point that he broke out in cold sweat again, as he left the ancient world and returned to the real world. He took a deep breath. Damn, I feel like I died again. Does it have to be like this? Every time the idea was killed, it was as if they died. It was really hard. At this moment, the system sounded out. Ding. Mission failed, experience, divine power, and metamorphic energy value retracted. Instantly, 100 million experience points disappeared from the experience slot. Long Fei was at a loss. It was as if she was slicing his flesh. She was in extreme pain. System your head. I only killed one steel armor beast in 3 days. You're going to retract it now. Aren't you being too cruel? A mission is a mission. Failure is failure. With his experience being taken back, Long Fei felt a bit bad, but he had no choice. Who told him to enter the Dragon Coffin's training mode? However, fortunately, Ing Ai and the God Steel that dropped from the steel armor beast were not taken back. Looking at these two things, Long Fei's heart was moved. It seems like the things that are dropped from inside will not be taken back. At least there is some comfort. What material does this God Steel have? I've never heard of it. Let alone 100 million experience, even 10 billion experience wouldn't be enough to trade for these two items. God Steel. The toughest equipment in the universal world, and also an essential material for creating super weapons. Long Fei exited the Dragon Coffin's time. The dragon spoke. You have comprehended Falcon's Eye in 3 days and killed him in 1 shot. Is that the hidden potential in your body? Seems like. The two great ancient families betting everything on you might be right. Brother Fei, we are all ready. Let's go. Go to ancient holy battlefield, do a big job, and make the world tremble for us. LV Shuangchuan said excitedly. In the hall, everyone looked at Long Fei. 3 days. They were all making meticulous preparations. Becoming a member of the ancient holy battlefield was their lifetime's dream. If they were lucky enough to enter the battlefield and fight for power, that would be their supreme glory. Any martial practitioner would feel proud to have entered the battlefield to fight for supremacy. No matter if it was the Devil Island S or the other planes, they all wanted to enter the battlefield to fight for hegemony. However, Long Fei slightly said, this time entering the ancient holy battlefield, I'm going by myself. Chapter 1952 Entering the Ancient War of Gods. Chapter 1952 Entering the Ancient War of Gods. Although Long Fei had been training for the past 3 days, he had been thinking about it. Devil Island was currently in an extremely unstable state. Moreover, the dome had been destroyed, and the dense chi of God power had surged in, causing the speed of Devil Island's martial arts training to increase by leaps and bounds. The most important thing was, Long Fei needed someone to protect this land. Just you alone? Bawang Hua was immediately startled, and said, didn't you agree to it at the beginning? Bring us to the ancient holy battlefield? Yan Nantian was also startled, and said, that's right, why did it become you alone again? Ancient holy battlefield is definitely 10,000 times more dangerous than Devil Island. Although we aren't strong enough, we can still help you a little. Boss, just bring me along. I promise I won't cause you any trouble. That's right. Bring us along. Entering the ancient holy battlefield is my life's dream. Bring me with you. Who doesn't want to go? Who doesn't want to see the larger world? Long Fei looked at the people in the great hall and said faintly, don't be anxious, just listen to what I have to say. The ancient holy battlefield is extremely huge, more than 10,000 times bigger than the Devil Island. Where is the entrance to the battleground? The main temple controls the light faction and the evil faction's entrance. These two entrances do not allow us to enter, so we can only look for the third entrance. I'll go alone. When I find the entrance, I'll immediately come back to inform you. I need your strength. No matter how strong a person was, fighting for supremacy by himself was still a person. What Long Fei needed was a group of strong people entering the battlefield so that he could have a chance to win. In addition, the Devil Island's dome has been broken. All sorts of powers have been spying on us from the shadows. If you all leave, who will protect this place? Who will protect the common people here? I was able to become a deity through the achievements of billions of lives here. If something were to happen to them, what's the point? I need you to stay, Long Fei said seriously. The gold-robed master took a step forward and said, Long Fei is right. The billions of lives on the Devil Island have made him into a god, but if anything happens here, his divine spark will fall, and our Devil Island will never be able to recover. Desperate Man asked, Young master, how much time do you need? Long Fei shook his head and said, I don't know. He had no clue about the ancient holy battlefield, and did not know where to look for it. He did not know where to start either, so he could only enter the ancient holy battlefield to find a change. Wang Tai took a step forward and said, Brother Fei, bring me along. I should be the only one who is familiar with the ancient holy battlefield here. I can help you. He was a bandit. Although he had been in the Devil Island for more than 10 years, he knew more about the matters of the ancient holy battlefield than anyone present. Long Fei thought for a moment, then said, Okay. Yan Nantian wanted to say something but hesitated. Lei Jie wanted to say something but hesitated. Many people wanted to follow Long Fei to the ancient holy battlefield, but they held back in the end, because, compared to Long Fei, the Devil Island needed their protection even more. Only by guarding the Devil Island could Long Fei go further. They finally gave birth to a god, but they did not want Long Fei to die. The short discussion came to an end. Long Fei left the Devil Island with Wang Tai. Everyone wanted to see him off. Long Fei said, Wait for me, I will definitely bring you into the battleground. And Wang Tai disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Destiny God Mountain. Greetings, Son of God. It was once the residence of the Destiny God. However, it had now become Zhan Wushuang's residence. 10,000 meters underground. This place was normally isolated from the outside world, so no matter how strong the divine force was, they would not be able to sense it. The distance from here to hell was only a thin line. The erosion of the hell spirit had caused the divine power to be unable to sense the existence of this place. The soul cage. Zhan Wushuang stood in front of the cage and looked at the countless lights inside. No wonder Destiny God had always wanted to control the Devil Island. It's because he wanted to secretly cultivate the souls of the billions of lives in the Devil Island. If it's a dual rule, then he's definitely the strongest god in the main temple. But, even before completely cultivating the soul controlling, you were killed by Long Fei. Destiny God, oh Destiny God, what should I say about you? Unlucky? Is it still bad luck? Ha ha. However, don't worry. I will take revenge for you and I will make Long Fei suffer a fate worse than death. Zhan Wushuang moved his right hand, releasing a dense amount of soul force. All of the souls in the soul cage were trembling. It was like the wails of hell. Buzz. Zhan Wushuang's 5 fingers turned sinister. Boom. A ray of light flew out from the spirit cage. From the light, Jojo struggled with all his might. Zhan Wushuang looked at Jojo and said, Phoenix Emperor, you are Long Fei's woman, right? Heh heh. From now on, Long Fei is your nemesis. Buzz. An idea was injected into Jojo's soul, and the struggling Jojo suddenly calmed down. Zhan Wushuang formed a hand seal with one hand and the power of the law of fate quickly condensed. Boom. Half a quarter of an hour later, Jojo stood in front of Zhan Wushuang with an ice-cold expression and the power of a phoenix suffused within his body. She was now an ice phoenix, cold as ice. Thousands, right? From now on, Long Fei is your arch-enemy. Boom! A cold light flashed in his eyes as his 1,000 bodies were reconstituted. Next, Long Fei's women were all remodeled one by one, and at the same time, their love for Long Fei was replaced with hatred, a variety of blood grudges. Zhan Wushuang looked at this group of women and laughed complacently. Long Fei, I've said it before, what you give me, I will repay you tens of thousands of times. Now that I'm using your woman to kill you, are you going to kill me or not? What will happen when you meet them? Ha ha ha! It must be very interesting. I will slowly play with you, slowly play you to death, Zhan Wushuang said as he cut the nail on the wall. All of you, go with me. Long Fei has already arrived at the ancient holy battlefield. Go and find him, and kill him. Zhan Wushuang moved. Jojo and the others quickly flew out. They began to frantically search for Long Fei. Zhan Wushuang looked at the enormous soul cage and said slightly, Destiny God, the reason why you have yet to completely comprehend the soul controlling should be because you lack an extremely strong soul, right? Is this the Long Fei you were thinking about? However, Zhan Wushuang smiled slightly. Long Fei's soul is indeed strong, but there is another person whose soul is even stronger, Xianyuan Lier. Bitch, Laozi is here. Wait until I grasp the power of 3 of the laws, then you, Long Fei, will be dead. Zhan Wushuang clenched his fists tightly. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from where he stood. Brother Fei. This should be the ancient holy battlefield plain. This is called City of Martial Arts. Long Fei asked, How did you know? Wang Tai looked at the castle in the distance. I was abandoned here. Sorry. Chapter 1953. Rest assured, I will be the first one. Chapter 1953. Rest assured, I will be the first one. In City of Martial Arts, the city was as its name implied. There was a martial stage in the city. It was also the only martial arts arena in a radius of millions of km, and the only one in dozens of large cities. On the martial stage, a ranking board. Every martial artist had recorded that the higher one's ranking was, the higher their achievements would be in the martial arts arena. The top 3 martial artists in every year would be able to obtain the qualifications to enter the divine ranking. The divine ranking was in existence with the highest honor in the ancient holy battlefield. Brother Fei, this place is more realistic than the Devil Island. Everything depends on strength. Although there aren't people like you who can become gods through the faith of billions of lives, there are quite a few deities here. Wang Tai said as he looked at the city gate in front of him with a nervous expression. On the way, Wang Tai explained the situation of some of the City of Martial Arts to Long Fei. It was about the martial arts arena, about the divine list. Long Fei slightly nodded and said, I understand. God? Very strong? Was he as strong as the Destiny God? Noticing that there was something wrong with Wang Tai's gaze, Long Fei asked, What's wrong? Wang Tai said softly, The guards at the city gate are from the Wang family. The person in the lead. Wang Tai's eyes turned sinister. He involuntarily clenched his fists. The heavy sword wrapped in black cloth released sets of rumbling sounds. The surrounding people were slightly shocked. Next, everyone who enters the city must inspect them carefully. There are only 3 days left before the competition. This year, we will be hosting it with the Wang family. No mishap is allowed, do you understand? The speaker was a young man. He wore a set of white armor with a white tiger head embroidered on it. It was very awe-inspiring. The aura on his body was also incomparably strong. At any moment, he would be able to unleash an extremely strong explosive force. One glance was enough to tell that his cultivation was not low at all. It was just that Wang Tai looked at him with resentment. Long Fei said indifferently, Do whatever you want to do. Now that you are my brother, no one can abandon you. Hearing Long Fei's words, Wang Tai calmed down instead. His aura relaxed, and he said, Boss, we are here to look for the entrance to Battleground. Although the City of Martial Arts is not a top-tier city, if you can enter the martial stage and then enter the heavenly ranking, you might be able to find the entrance to the Battleground. Wang Tai said. There are still 3 days until the martial arts arena competition. We can take a look. Long Fei could see the blazing fire in Wang Tai's eyes. He wanted to participate in the competition. If this was his hometown, Long Fei would also participate. He will use his strongest power to prove to those clansmen who abandoned him that I am back. Next. You too. The white-armored man looked at Wang Tai and his eyes tensed up. Wang Tai did not change his expression. Long Fei asked, "What? Is there a problem?" The man in white armor looked at Long Fei coldly. At this moment, another guard walked over and stared at Long Fei angrily and said, "Brat, no problem, can't I stare at you a little more? Do you want to go into the city? Huh! Do you believe that I, your father, will make it so that you will never be able to enter the city again in your lifetime?" Long Fei smiled faintly and said, "I believe even more that if you said another word, you would be lying on the ground. You dare to make a ruckus with me, you motherf asterisk cur." Not waiting for him to finish, the white-armored man immediately stopped him and smiled. "There's no problem, you guys can enter the city. City of Martial Arts welcomes you." Long Fei smiled lightly and walked towards the city in large strides. After Long Fei left, the guard immediately said, "Sixth young master, why did you stop me just now? I'll kill him in seconds for a country bumpkin like that." The Wang clan was ranked 6th, and they were known as the 6th young master. His name was Wang Jian, the White Tiger Sex Guard commander. His status in the Wang family wasn't low. Wang Jian looked at Long Fei and Wang Tai, who had disappeared into the crowd, and said softly, "I keep having the feeling that I've seen that person before, but I just can't remember where I've seen him before. It's an emergency right now. People from all the major powers will be entering the city of martial arts. We can't affect the reputation of our family." Wang Jian said indifferently. He was still thinking about where he had seen Wang Tai before. Why was he so familiar? "Dear guest, are you going to stay here or do you want to work here? Our inn has the best conditions in the entire city, and our inn has specially set up a gambling match that will be placed on the martial arts ranking board. In addition, on the night before the martial arts ranking, our inn has a large-scale auction. Anyone who is a guest of our inn can participate in it for free." "How much for a night?" "It's very cheap, as long as it's 100 divine stones, and also has a VIP box, a luxurious suite that overlooks the entire city of martial arts, only requires 9,998 divine stones for one day." "Big brother, don't go. It's fine even if we don't have that many god stones. As long as you have something to pawn, we can still exchange it for you." "Would the two guests like to stay in the restaurant?" The waiter stopped Long Fei and said, "I saw that you two experts were here to participate in the competition, right? We have the most professional training facilities, and I am not boasting here. In the entire city of martial arts, there is nothing better than us, and we also have master's guidance. I guarantee that you will make a breakthrough before the martial arts competition." Wang Tai replied, "We don't have money." The divine stone was the currency used in the ancient holy battlefield. It was another type of divine cultivation stone, similar to spirit stones. Long Fei said, "We didn't bring the divine stone, but why don't you take a look at this sword and see how much it costs?" The idea moved. Long Fei took out the god's holy sword that he dropped from Destiny God's body. A sword light flashed out. Wang Tai immediately shivered and said, "Boss, this is a treasured sword." When the waiter saw the god's holy sword, his eyes shone. He grabbed onto Long Fei's sleeves and said, "Boss, your sword." Not waiting for him to finish, a young and beautiful woman wearing hot clothes walked over. Looking at the god's holy sword in Long Fei's hands, she said directly, "I'll take 100,000 divine stones." Wang Tai looked at her, and his eyes moved. They recognized each other at a glance. The woman also looked at Wang Tai, but it was just that. Her eyes were filled with disdain. With just a glance, he did not pay any attention to it. The waitress saw the girl and immediately bowed. "Miss Chi." The woman looked at Long Fei and said, "Sell 100,000 divine stones to me." His voice was cold. Seeing Long Fei's shocked face, a maid beside her sneered, "Miss, he must have been scared senseless by 100,000 divine stones. Look at their clothes. They look like countryside bums. They haven't seen the world at all. I wonder where this sword came from. Maybe it was stolen." Long Fei grinned and laughed. "How do you know that?" "I stole it." "How? You don't accept it?" The maid glared at him and coldly snorted, "One look and you are definitely not a good person." "Yeah. How?" "Bite me." Long Fei was unhappy. The pretty girl said, 100,000 divine stones, give me the sword." Long Fei coldly glanced at them and said, "I'm not selling." The pretty girl's eyes immediately turned cold. "In City of Martial Arts, no one dares to reject me, and those who do will usually die." Long Fei said straightforwardly, "Don't worry, I will be the first one." Chapter 1954 God's Commercial Alliances. Chapter 1954 God's Commercial Alliances. The woman was very strong. Long Fei did not buy it. Wang Tai, who was at the side, would look at the beautiful woman from time to time, his eyes revealing an indescribable expression. Joy. There was shock. Similarly lonely. It was very obvious that he recognized the woman with a single glance. However, the woman didn't even look at her. Her gaze was still filled with disgust and contempt. At this moment, "Sis, who's bullying you?" A man walked out of the inn. Wang Tai could not help but lower his head slightly. The servant girl beside Qi Xianer pointed angrily at Long Fei and said, "Even he stole the sword from who knows where. My family's young miss has taken a fancy to it." "Humph." The man looked at Long Fei and said slightly, "It is your blessing that Miss Xianer has taken a liking to your sword, and did not care about face, or else the sword and the divine stone you would not be able to obtain either." Qi Xianer was very strong. However, this man was even more domineering. The surrounding people began to discuss in low voices. "The young master of the Wang family. Wang Zhong isn't an ordinary person. He treats Qi Xianer so well. Of course, that's his fiancée. I heard that in the past, Qi Xianer's fiancée was not the eldest young master, Wang Zhong, but the second young master. That was more than a decade ago. Second young master has passed away a long time ago." Hearing the discussions around him, Long Fei's heart secretly shivered, and he thought to himself, "No wonder the way Wang Tai looks at Qi Xianer is different. She was once his fiancée." However, Long Fei looked at Wang Tai. Wang Tai shook his head slightly. Long Fei laughed faintly. "I like to not care about face when it's given to me. Why do you think that you can do this to me? Brat, come if you dare." Wang Zhong's gaze turned sinister as he said, "You refuse a toast only to be punished." Suddenly, Wang Zhong took a step forward. Buzz! The entire supreme force in his body vibrated, and the vigorous godly power instantly surged out. The surrounding people were instantly forced back several steps. Long Fei didn't even move as he watched Wang Zhong's fist strike down on him. The corner of his mouth slightly curled up as he said, "You think you can stand up for a woman with a strength like yours?" Not waiting for Wang Zhong's fist to land, Long Fei slapped him hard. "Pa!" Wang Zhong fell to the ground and was slapped flat onto the ground. With his face heavily smashed into the ground, his entire body bounced up. Long Fei stomped on Wang Zhong's head again, coldly snorting as he asked, "Who gave you face?" "Two moves." The young master of the Wang family was one of the best among the younger generation. It was instantly crushed. The expressions of the surrounding people suddenly changed. Qi Xianer's expression also slightly darkened, but there wasn't that kind of fear. On the contrary, there was an extra tinge of gloominess in her eyes. "You dare to make a move on the Wang clan? Is this kid crazy? Who is this kid? You want to die? Do you want to fight the Wang family in City of Martial Arts? My God! This kid is dead for sure." The corner of Long Fei's mouth curved up as he bent down to look at Wang Zhong, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Wang Zhong glared at Long Fei and said, "Kid, do you know who I am? If you attack me, your time of death is up." Before he could finish his words, "Pa!" Long Fei slapped him again. "What did you say? I didn't hear it clearly." It was incomparably loud. Once again, Wang Zhong was slapped to the ground. This time around, he simply turned into a dead dog and didn't move at all. Long Fei raised his eyes slightly, looked at Qi Xianer and said with contempt, "Your fiancé is this kind of trash? If you can't withstand a single blow, why don't you? What do you think of my brother? Just be his wife and treat this sword as a greeting gift," Long Fei said with a smile. Wang Tai's eyes moved. Qi Xianer did not even look at Wang Tai, his eyes becoming colder and colder. Maid beside him mocked, "Who the hell is he? Is she worthy of my miss? Don't think you can defeat Wang Zhong just because you think you're amazing. This is the city of martial arts, not some countryside bumpkin." A cool breeze blew past. "Pa!" A slap flew out. Long Fei laughed. "If you weren't a woman, you would already be dead." The 5 finger marks on the servant girl's cheeks were clearly visible. She was bleeding from the corner of her mouth, her eyes were spinning, she did not know how to block that slap, and even more so, did not know that Long Fei dared to attack him. The space between Qi Xianer's eyebrows tightened. The corner of Long Fei's eyes moved as he looked at her. He gave a cold and disdainful laugh. "So what if you pretend to be noble and noble? Finished." Long Fei immediately threw the Heavenly King's sword to the waiter, and said, "I will leave this sword with you. I will deduct it from this sword when I have time to eat. If I have money, I will redeem it." Finished. Long Fei then walked into the inn. Wang Tai looked at Qi Xianer. Qi Xianer was obviously looking at him with disgust. Finally, Wang Tai exhaled lightly and followed Long Fei into the inn. His heart was in pain, as though it was being torn apart. The waiter was grinning from ear to ear, but he did not dare to act rashly. He couldn't afford to offend someone who could instantly crush Wang Zhong without the slightest fear. Seeing Long Fei walk into the inn, he immediately said, "Young master, what do you think about this? The day after tomorrow there will be an auction. If I auction this sword of yours, I will definitely be able to get a very high price." Long Fei waved his hand and said, "Do as you wish. Get us 2 top sweets first." The waiter hurriedly said, "All right, the 2 young masters, please follow me. Don't worry. Although the city of martial arts is a king, Qi, and Zhao 3 great families have control, but we, the gods' commercial alliances, cannot afford to offend them. As long as we are in the inn, the safety of the 2 of you will be protected by us, the gods' commercial alliances. They will not dare to do anything to you, but you must remember one thing, when we exit the inn, we will not be able to protect you." The waiter quickly said. Even he couldn't say it himself, but the feeling Long Fei gave him was very special. His intuition told him that Long Fei was not simple. The moment he made a move, he would become a holy artifact. When he made a move, he would crush Wang Zhong. Such people were either crazy. Or perhaps he was the descendant of a certain powerhouse. Wang Tai explained in a low voice to Long Fei, "The gods' commercial alliances is one of the most famous merchant guilds in the primordial divine war. Every city has their own trade name. Gods' commercial alliances does all kinds of business, and once we enter their shop, we will be protected by their merchant union. Normal families would not be able to do anything to him." The World Merchant Union was actually a huge power. This power needed a strong power to support it, and countless powerhouses were worshipped by the Merchant Union. City of Martial Arts' family did not offend him at all. The waiter smiled. "This young master is right, the 2 of you can live here without worry." God's commercial alliances was far more than this. It was much more powerful than Long Fei had imagined. Chapter 1955, Exquisite. Chapter 1955 Exquisite, We're Here. The waiter brought Long Fei to the 8th floor of the inn, as well as 2 separate rooms. The waiter said, "The 9th floor. The 10th floor is already occupied. The 8th floor is currently the best room." The furnishings were luxurious and extravagant. It could be said that the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel in his previous life was only mediocre. If even the 8th floor was like this, then what would the rooms on the 9th and 10th floors be like? It was hard to imagine. Long Fei was satisfied. "Earlier, you said that there was a cultivation room in the inn? Master's pointers?" The waiter immediately said, "The 4th floor of the hotel is specially designed for cultivation. There are martial arts masters in the training hall, but the training hall is completely free of charge, but the guidance of a master requires a certain fee." "All right. You can leave first. I'll call you if there's anything." Long Fei waved his hand. The waiter mysteriously smiled and said, "My lord, I won't bother you any longer. Your room has a mysterious surprise waiting for you." With that, he led Long Fei out of the room. The room was huge, a huge suite. Moreover, Long Fei could only see the hall, but not the room. Wang Tai said, "Brother Fei, I'm going to rest first." Long Fei said, "Go." When Wang Tai returned to the city of martial arts, the world was different. No one remembered him anymore. His fiancée had also become his big brother's fiancée, and it had no effect on him at all. Time was changing. Everything was changing. Wang Tai didn't blame anyone, but he wanted to know the answer to why he abandoned him back then. He closed the door. A mysterious surprise? Long Fei grinned and chuckled. What kind of mysterious surprise is this? He walked around the screen and entered the room. 2 extremely beautiful twin girls with identical appearances were lying on a large bed. Their eyes were lovely and charming, as if they could captivate a person to their soul. Exquisite! It was a temptation that no man could resist. Moreover, this top-quality twins were not humans, but rather demons and foxes. Naturally bewitching. Every inch of his skin flashed with temptation. "My lord." A lady hooked her fingers at Long Fei. Her voice was soft and gentle, bringing with it a sense of spoiled love, causing people's bones to go soft. F***CK. It really is a fucking mysterious surprise. Long Fei grinned. God's commercial alliances is truly extraordinary. "Lord, you can do whatever you want. Come on." The 2 of them sat on the bed and looked straight at Long Fei. Long Fei laughed sinisterly and said, "So what? Who's afraid of who?" Immediately, Long Fei walked over and the 2 girls welcomed him. It had been raining for hours. This battle was a hearty one. This was the first time they had left Chaos Realm. It was a great experience, and the 2 twins could be said to have reached the state of unlocking 108 move. This reminded Long Fei of a city on Earth in his previous life. Good luck with your life. It happened so suddenly. Not just suddenly. When Long Fei saw the pure white bedsheet, he was even more sudden. His breathing was a little rough, giving Long Fei a sense of satisfaction he had never felt before. This was the charm of the Fox Woman. What kind of existence is this God's commercial alliances exactly? To be able to capture Fox Woman and train him to such an extent, it could be said that he would not be able to do it without a certain level of strength. The God's commercial alliances was definitely not as simple as the Merchant Union. There must be a huge power supporting him from behind. It stopped for a moment. Long Fei slowly got up and dressed himself. Seeing that the 2 girls were still sleeping soundly, he did not go and disturb them. Long Fei smiled slightly. "I wonder how Wang Tai is enjoying it?" Long Fei walked to Wang Tai's room and discovered that there was no one inside, and there was no rare beauty on the bed. Where did he go? At this time, the waiter walked up and asked, "Sir, are you satisfied with the service?" Long Fei replied, "Satisfied." He was more than satisfied. He was quite satisfied. Long Fei said, "The 2 of them. The waiter said, "The fox race specializes in serving distinguished guests like you. The few days you're here, they will serve you well until you leave." Long Fei casually asked, "And then? What will happen to them?" The waiter smiled and said, "It will be sent to another place." Long Fei said, "A brothel?" The waiter smiled, but he did not say anything and silently agreed. In other words, these trained foxwomen would be sent to the brothel as virgins, because they're not worth much anymore. Long Fei's heart trembled. He let out a light breath and asked, "Where is my brother?" The waiter immediately said, "He went out. When he left, he told me to tell you not to worry about him." Returning to the city of martial arts, there were too many things that Wang Zhong wanted to do. He wanted to do these things alone, and also didn't want to implicate Long Fei. Long Fei nodded his head and said, "Bring me to the 4th floor, see if there is anything interesting." The waiter said, "Follow me." The 4th floor was a huge training hall, and there was even a special training space. To be able to move the training space into and improved once again the strength of the gods' commercial alliances. Boom! What a powerful punch to actually be able to unleash 6,800,000 battle power. This punch will definitely be able to instantly kill a magical beast of the 8th rank. So powerful! This time's martial arts competition will definitely get into the top 100. Long Fei walked into the training hall and saw a sturdy man throw out a punch. With the strength of his back and horse as one with his mind, he erupted all of a sudden and almost mobilized all of the strength in his body. He had to say it. This punch was almost perfect. At this time, a relatively frail-looking man walked over with a gentle smile. "What's the use of brute force? This is not a competition of strength. Besides, no one would be stupid enough to stand there and let you hit them." Finished. The man's footsteps moved and his figure started moving. Phantom images appeared everywhere. It made it difficult to see where he was coming from, and it was even more impossible to see where he was going to make a move from. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound echoed out. The machine that was testing combat strength let out a wailing roar. The entire training hall was shaken. On the machine there was a shocking number, 8 million combat strength. Having high battle prowess was secondary, the key lay in his cultivation technique. A battle strength of 8 million is too terrifying. I'm still 200,000 away from breaking 10 million. Work harder, this way you can get a big gift from God's commercial alliances. With more than 10 million battle strength, one could receive a reward. Long Fei asked, "What reward?" The top-quality twin girls made Long Fei secretly rejoice, as he knew that his god's commercial alliances had an extraordinary skill. What would this mysterious reward be? The waiter said, "Mystery gift, of course it's mystery. People at my level definitely don't know about it. Master, do you want to try it?" Long Fei laughed and said, "Let's play." Chapter 1956 Combat Strength Test. Chapter 1956 Combat Strength Test. The Gods' commercial alliances was incomparably powerful. Every part of it showed the depth of its foundation. Long Fei could be considered to be someone who had experienced many realms. He had never seen a merchant union that was this strong. Long Fei walked forward. At this time, just as he was about to take the test, 4 people walked in. He instantly pushed Long Fei to the side and shouted, "We, the young master, will test our fighting strength. All of you move to the side." The 4 of them had a very strong aura about their cultivation bases. However, Long Fei was not in a good mood. When the waiter saw the man who walked in, he immediately pulled on Long Fei's sleeves and said softly, "Young city lord of Spirit Mountain City, his cultivation is at the lower god." His appearance caused the people in the training hall to tense up. "It's the young master of Spirit Mountain City, Lin Qing. Lower god realm. Why is he here? Could it be that he was also here to participate in this martial arts competition?" But he is a lower god cultivator. Is there a need to participate in the competition? Haven't you heard? The competition this year will be different from the previous ones. Whoever wins first place will receive a great treasure bestowed by the main temple. Who doesn't want the main temple's rewards? Forget about lower god. I'm afraid even middle god would appear in this year's competition. Furthermore, the competition for the divine ranking is even more intense. Long Fei didn't care whether he was a lower god or a young city lord, and said, "Everything needs to be paid attention to, first come first serve. If you want to take the test, then line up at the back." Long Fei pushed the person blocking his way aside and walked to the side of the testing machine. Lin Cheng's forehead turned sinister. Immediately, the 4 servants encircled Long Fei, and one of them said, "Brat, why don't you see who our young master is? Ask our young lord to line up? Who do you think you are?" Long Fei laughed. "It's the rule. It's not good to break the rule." "Right. I want to test my fighting strength, so I'll have to trouble you to scram to the side. Otherwise, it'll be bad if you get injured by me." Long Fei's body slightly shook. The 4 servants immediately snorted coldly and shouted, "You ignorant brat, you want to hurt us? Why don't you take a piss instead of trying your best?" Not waiting for him to finish, Long Fei's right hand moved, his right hand striking the battle machine. At this moment, the 4 servants started to move at the same time. "Brat, I think you're tired of living. You want to die?" He attacked at the same time. 4 powerful strikes came crashing down heavily, as though 4 savage beasts wreaking havoc in the wilderness. Everyone's face changed. "Crap, that kid is going to die. Is he crazy? He dared to fight against the Spirit Mountain 4 beasts? They are all abnormal powerhouse with a fighting strength of over 10 million, and they are all beast races. It's over, it's over." At this moment, in the distant training hall, a white-haired old man opened his eyes slightly. Shwa! The white robe blurred and instantly appeared in front of Long Fei. The supreme force around his body burst out like a shield and formed a shield. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The power of the 4 servants struck the shield and it exploded, but the white-haired old man remained motionless. His power was completely blocked by the shield, and he was not hurt at all. The defense of this shield, it had to be said, it was extremely thick and powerful. Inside Long Fei's astral shield, he could clearly feel this kind of power. It was even stronger than the defenses of his Holy Spirit defense. So fierce. Long Fei was secretly shocked in his heart. The aura of the white-haired master disappeared. The expression of the 4 servants changed as they looked towards their master, Lin Qing, at the same time. The old man said, "You have to pay attention to the rules." Lin Qing smiled slightly. "Master is right, we have to listen to the rules. Just now when this brat attacked my family servant, he already broke the gods' commercial alliances' rules." Long Fei laughed. Lin Qing disdainfully said, "Master, I'm not wrong, right? Take the initiative." Moreover, Long Fei was indeed the one who made the first move, but his target was the machine, and just happened to be blocked by 4 servants in front of him. The white-haired master said, "Sir Lin, please first." "Ha ha ha!" Lin Qing began to laugh loudly and said, "I like this point of your god's commercial alliances, as long as you follow the rules." As he spoke, he looked at Long Fei and disdainfully sneered. "Kid, learn to be smarter in the future. Everyone has to follow the rules, but sometimes there are places that are unruly. At that time, people will die." Lin Qing walked to Long Fei's side and deliberately put on his shoulder. And then, Lin Qing said, "Only someone like you could survive in God's commercial alliances, and already died 18 times outside. You still want to test your combat strength?" Humph! While they were talking, Lin Cheng's body suddenly moved. Wang! Lower God's power exploded. Powerful energy wreaked havoc everywhere, and the entire training hall was shaking. The tables, and all kinds of furniture were falling apart. This was Lin Cheng's intention. At this moment, streams of strong pressure pressed down onto Long Fei's body. The white-haired old man frowned. He wanted to help Long Fei block it, but he realized Long Fei remained completely unmoved, as if he did not receive the slightest bit of pressure. Pressure? The might of the lower god? What a joke! The coercion of the main temple S were useless against him. How could a mere lower god's coercion cause the slightest bit of damage to Long Fei? The white-haired old man was shocked. I didn't see that. His cultivation is actually not lower than the lower god. However, from Lin Cheng's point of view, it was the white-haired master protecting Long Fei. Otherwise, Long Fei would have died a long time ago. Country bumpkin, open your eyes wide and take a good look. I'll show you what fighting strength is. Boom! He took a step forward and his holy power value surged. All the strength in his body gathered onto his fist, and he punched the combat strength machine. The number on the machine rose crazily. 9 million points. 10 million points. 17 million. 20 million. 28 million. The final number was 28 million. The entire audience was shocked. 28 million battle strength. Peak of the first level of lower god. Oh my god, isn't this too fierce? The lower god had a fighting strength of about 20 million, and 28 million was equivalent to a first-stage lower god. A fierce competition. A pleased smile surfaced on Lin Cheng's face as he turned around to look at Long Fei and said, "Did you see it clearly, country bumpkin? Are you convinced?" "Unconvinced," Lin Cheng ridiculed. "Next, I would like to invite us country bumpkins to test our fighting strength. Come, let us experience your fighting strength." Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Many people began to laugh. Long Fei's clothes were a little different, and adding on her silvery white hair, she looked just like a different person. "Come on. Didn't you want to test your combat strength?" "The test. Did you see my fighting strength tremble?" Lin Cheng fiercely stepped on Long Fei. Long Fei laughed, and then walked straight to the fighting machine, his left hand slightly sticking to it, power of Buddha flowing out. Chapter 1957, 48 million. Chapter 1957, 48 million, the power of Buddha move. And then, he placed his palm on the combat ability machine and exploded. Buzz! A burst of power burst forth from his arm, and a loud buzzing sound filled the air, just like the sound of a Buddhist bell being rung. Next, berserk mode. The numbers jumped crazily. 10 million battle strength. 23 million. 29 million in battle power, more than that. Heavens, it's still beating. 36 million battle power. 40 million. It's still rising, it's still rising. Oh God, how is this possible? Could he also be a powerhouse? The number on the machine was still increasing. It was still increasing crazily. The white-haired old man's eyes lit up, looking at Long Fei's calm face. He thought in his heart, "Expert!" Boom! Boom! The final number displayed on the combat strength machine was 48 million. Everyone in the training hall was dumbfounded and forgot to breathe. Their eyes were glued to the combat strength machine, unable to make a single sound. Lin Cheng's face became extremely ugly. Pretty ugly. It was as if he was slapped in the face. The feeling made him feel extremely uncomfortable. He stared straight at Long Fei, and his fists clenched so tightly that crackling sounds could be heard. 48 million battle power. This cultivation, I'm afraid it has already reached the third stage of lower god, right? This, isn't that too terrifying? Just a single punch like that actually has such a powerful explosive force. Unbelievable. He has completely suppressed the young city lord of Spirit Mountain City. Long Fei patted the dust off his hands, looking at the number on the fighting strength machine. He grinned and thought to himself, the power of Buddha's explosive strength is only less than 50 million. A little less. Long Fei was a little dissatisfied. However, If anyone knew what he was thinking, they would definitely beat him to death. 50 million battle prowess. Just how terrifying was this person? Of course, this was not all of Long Fei's strength. If he used his full strength. Long Fei looked at the fighting strength machine and thought, let's test out our fighting strength later. And then, Long Fei turned around and did not even look at Lin Qing, but walked in front of the white-haired master and smiled. Master, didn't you say that as long as you have more than 10 million battle prowess, you will receive a mysterious prize? What is it? The gods' commercial alliances was powerful. Long Fei had already seen the Fox twins in the room. The mysterious reward definitely wasn't simple. The white-haired master stroked his beard with a smile. Yes, yes. Someone will deliver it to your room. As for what it is, this old man has no idea. So it's like that. Then I'll leave first. Long Fei immediately walked out of the training hall after he finished speaking. Moreover, he still ignored the young city lord of Spirit Mountain City. After finishing his punch, Long Fei didn't even spare him a glance. They didn't care at all. This was the highest level of contempt. Because you don't even have the qualifications to be looked down upon by me. Just as Long Fei was about to walk out of the cultivation grounds, Lin Qing suddenly shouted in anger. Wait! A loud shout rang out. Lin Qing said, Brat, I want to challenge you. Long Fei did not stop at all and directly walked out. Your 28 million fighting strength is not enough, go play on the side. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Many people began to laugh. Lin Cheng's face turned even uglier. Since when was he humiliated like this? He is the young city lord of Spirit Mountain City. He was a lower god of the lower god. Being humiliated by a country bumpkin was something he couldn't tolerate. Immediately, Lin Cheng's face changed as all the power in his body burst forth. His 5 fingers formed a claw as he grabbed towards the back of Long Fei's head and shouted loudly, You dog, I will take your life today! A sudden explosion. His speed was extremely fast. Powerful divine force surged as it pounced forward in all directions. The waiter's eyes widened as he warned, Be careful, my lord. And then, the waiter took a step and stood behind Long Fei. He stared at Lin Qing and the supreme force on his body moved. 1. A thick air shield made of supreme force burst out. It formed a thick layer of defense. It wrapped around Long Fei, and at the same time, Lin Qing threw out a move. Buzz. The astral shield was blocked. Lin Cheng's fingers suddenly bent, crack, crack. The sound of joints breaking rang out. Long Fei's heart trembled. Damn, even the waiter is so powerful? Isn't this way too terrifying? Long Fei did not notice the waiter's cultivation. The divine shield that erupted from his body was actually able to defend against Lin Qing, who was at the first stage of lower god. How terrifying was this? However, although the backlash from Lin Cheng's palm had shattered, Lin Cheng's anger still assaulted his heart. Being blocked by a waiter made him feel like he had suffered a great humiliation. You dog! Are you even worthy to stop me? With a flick of his left hand, an even more powerful palm came crashing down. The previous attack had been broken. Moreover, the waiter only knew this move, and the reason he practiced this move was to protect his customers. At this time, the time it took for him to release the shield was not enough. The waiter's eyebrows tightened. There was no other way, he could only bear it with his life on the line. The waiter's legs sank as he stood firmly. Die! Lin Qing shouted. At this moment, Long Fei moved his strength slightly and kicked out. Boom! Without waiting for Lin Cheng's attack to fall, he was kicked flying by Long Fei. He hit the wall heavily. The wall had a special kind of defensive power, but it was still trembling slightly. Pfft! Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Lin Cheng's face was incomparably pale. He was in an extremely sorry state. The last attack could be said to have been an instant kill. The white-haired old man was once again shocked. The waiter was secretly grateful in his heart. He would definitely not be able to withstand the palm strike he just left. Even if he didn't die, he would at least be severely injured. Long Fei's gaze sank as he stared at the pale-faced Lin Qing and said, "Don't be cocky in front of me, or else you'll die a terrible death." Finished. He turned around and left. The awesome one. Peak of the first level of lower god? No experience. Although Long Fei was also at the first stage of lower god, he needed too much experience to level up. This kind of experience was not enough. And even if he wanted to kill Lin Qing, the people from the gods' commercial alliances would stop him. The entire stadium was silent once again. Looking at Long Fei's disappearing figure, even he was excited in his heart. The white-haired old man walked to Lin Qing's side and said coldly, "From now on, all the merchants in God's commercial alliances are not allowed to take even half a step inside." What is this? This is a blacklist. Moreover, they thought that their spirit mountain city would be forcefully suppressed by the gods' commercial alliances. He couldn't afford the consequences. Lin Qing's face froze and her lips trembled. She wanted to say something, but no matter what, she couldn't get it out. On the way back to his room, the waiter said gratefully, "Thank you, my lord, for saving me." Long Fei grinned and asked, "What is the mysterious reward this time? Will you reward the two foxes?" Chapter 1958, Ultra-Fierce Man, Li Yuanba. Chapter 1958, Ultra-Fierce Man, Li Yuanba. Long Fei's thoughts were all on the mysterious prize. It was just like how one looked forward to a special reward from the system. With regards to the waiter's words of thanks, Long Fei acted as if he did not hear them. Actually, he was telling the waiter not to take it to heart. Blocking bullets for him. Long Fei will protect her with his life. Not to mention a fellow, even if it was anyone, Long Fei would still put his life on the line to fight. The waiter's heart was filled with gratitude as he said, "Sir, you just released 48 million battle prowess. According to the rules of the training hall, you will receive a treasure that is almost at the semi-artifact level. It could have been something else. However, Lord, if you can break the record, then you'll be able to acquire even more powerful treasures." Long Fei was startled and said, "Break the record? How much combat power?" The waiter said, 99 million battle prowess is also the maximum that the battle strength machine in the training hall can bear. 99 million battle strength? Long Fei was secretly shocked. The power of Buddha was able to unleash a battle prowess of 48 million, not even half of it. 99 million battle prowess. It was no small matter. This person must be extremely terrifying. Long Fei could not help but ask, "Then this person must have a very high cultivation?" The waiter said, "His cultivation is not high, and he is only at the first level of lower god, but his strength is actually the strongest person I have ever met." The white-haired master in the training hall said that that person is naturally born with godly strength, and his strength is not just average. It seems to be fused with all kinds of powerful godly strength. I was there. With a light punch, the battle machine issued a painful groan. It doesn't even have any explosive power. I can't even see the flow of his power clearly with my cultivation. The waiter's eyes were filled with shock as he recalled this. First level of lower god? A battle strength of 99 million. This was no ordinary pervert, but a super pervert. The other side only had a fighting strength of 20 million, he was just close to 100 million and the waiter didn't seem to have all of his strength. This was even more terrifying. The ancient holy battlefield really has all kinds of powerful and abnormal people. Long Fei muttered, "What does that person look like?" he asked casually. The waiter said, "He is over 2 meters tall, and his physique is extremely sturdy. His eyes are like angry Buddha, with a big bald head, half of his body, and every muscle on his body like steel plates. As long as you see it, you won't be able to recognize it." "Incredible!" the waiter excitedly said. Long Fei was slightly shocked and muttered, "Why does it feel like it's a big dumb guy, Li Yuanba?" And then, Long Fei shook his head again and said, King Kong is still in hell, why would they appear in ancient holy battlefield? Sigh. I wonder how their cultivation is progressing. Long Fei missed him a lot in his heart. How was King Kong's journey to hell? Long Fei really wanted to know. However, he believed that his father would one day meet with the King Kong again. Achoo! 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 God's Hotel, first floor. In a dark, damp room, there was a bald looby with a heavy sarcophagus beside him, who had sneezed 3 times in a row. Scratching his head, he muttered, "Who's talking about me? Is it that kid Tianling or that shorty, Arhut? Could it be the boss?" Li Yuanba was confused. At this time, a subordinate walked over and said, "Looby, it's your turn to go up on stage. Boss said that as long as you can win this match, you can have anything you want." Li Yuanba stood up, gently lifting the sarcophagus beside him onto his back. He looked at the servant and said in a silly manner, "I do not need anything, as long as there is someone here that I can fight." After which, he walked out with large strides. God's Hotel, first floor. It was also an underground boxing ring. Gambling in one body under the ground. After walking through a long dark tunnel, they arrived at an empty place. The surroundings were blocked by a kind of array boundary, and it was filled with people outside of the boundary. Killing king, killing king, killing king. At this moment, inside boundary, a fatty who was completely covered in blood was standing there. He looked fat with bloodshot eyes and carried a huge butcher's knife on his shoulder. The strength in his body surged and was incomparably dense. Divine light rippled beneath his feet as rings after rings rippled outwards. His cultivation was powerful, is not any weaker than the 3rd stage of lower God. The most important thing was his fat meat. These fat meat seemed like a burden to his body, but it was his strongest defense. At this moment, Li Yuanba walked out of the dark tunnel, and the entire audience immediately quietened down. Looby, looby, looby. Looby, looby. The entire audience was in an uproar. In a VIP box, a man stood in front of the window and asked, "Is he the looby who consecutively won 99 matches this month?" The other man who was leaning against the sofa said excitedly, "That's him." "Brother Chen, what do you think of him?" Chen Xiong stared at Looby and said gently, "His steps are steady and his spirit is restrained. He looks like an ordinary person. To be able to hide his strength to such an extent, he is definitely not a simple person." Ha ha ha! Chen Xiong has good eyesight. If you were to see him in the outside world, you would definitely not notice that he has some sort of power, but this guy is a battle machine. Once in the cage, it's as if he's a completely different person. The man squinted his eyes and said. Chen Xiong looked at Li Yuanba, and could not help but ask, "Why is there a huge coffin on his back?" The man said, "I don't know either. No one knows, and no one has seen him use it. However, that coffin weighs over 10,000 jin. If he took it off, his speed would be even more terrifying." Amidst the cheers, Li Yuanba stepped into the cage. In that instant, the aura on his body abruptly changed. Enormous power was burning, and white steam was continuously revolving around it. It wasn't the burning of divine power. It was pure energy that was burning. The king of killers butcher's eyes turned vicious. The giant big butcher in his hand shook, and the god power on his body formed a suppressive force that was like a ferocious beast roaring as it pounced forward. He was completely domineering in the Tao of the sword. Li Yuanba's eyes widened as he clenched his fists. Buzz! A burst of power exploded from both his arms, shattering the pressure from the butcher. At the same time, the butcher's blade cut down, die. Li Yuanba's eyes opened wide and he threw a punch out. It was an unbiased attack on the butcher's giant big butcher. Crack! The butcher's knife shattered. Crack! The butcher's chest had a fist imprint. The butcher flew out and crashed onto Boundary as his entire body bounced off, unconscious. One punch on the sleigh. His saber and its owner were sent flying. A super tough guy. Chapter 1959, Mysterious Reward. Chapter 1959, Mysterious Reward, 100 consecutive victories. To break City of Martial Arts' record of winning in a row. It caused quite a sensation. In the box. Brother Chen, 100 consecutive victories. This has broken your family's record. How about it? Can you bear this tone? The man had a smile on his face. The smile looked as though it was hiding a sharp blade, staring at Li Yuanbao, who was walking out of the Boundary's cage. In the previous match, he lost yet again. Moreover, this was the 100th battle in a row. He lost nearly 10 million divine stones. Chen Xiong narrowed his eyes slightly. To not stop even after winning 100 consecutive rounds, how ignorant can he be? A sliver of interest flashed across the man's eyes. Brother Chen, is your tiger man willing to leave the mountain? When he comes out of the mountain, this big guy will only get insta-killed. And we can make a fortune. Chen Xiong slightly smiled and said, this big guy cultivates pure strength. No matter how strong he is, he can't be compared to a divine cultivator. No matter how strong he is, he's no match for him. This is his weakness. The man's eyes shone with excitement as he said, do you have a way to deal with it? Chen Xiong retorted, how much can you pay? The man said, I lost 10 million on him. I can pay another 10 million. With his current odds, we can earn 10 times the profit. When the time comes, you will definitely be able to purchase a weapon that will satisfy your heart at the auction in God's commercial alliances. How about it? Chen Xiong smiled. Alright. However, my Chen clan has never fought a battle with no confidence in winning. Since we are going to do it, we must definitely not let him have any chance of winning. Chen Xiong said coldly. The man also smiled and said, don't worry, I've already prepared everything. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! The two of them burst into laughter at the same time. To win 100 matches in a row was no different from a myth. The entire underground boxing ring shook. The higher-ups of the City of Martial Arts were also shocked. Lord, winning 100 rounds in a row is enough to break the Chen family's Tiger Man record. Moreover, this big guy doesn't seem to have any intention of stopping. What do you think? The God's commercial alliances was in charge, and the various elders in the hall were reporting on their work. A middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s said with his hands behind his back, 100 consecutive victories is quite interesting. This big guy cultivates strength. He has inborn divine strength, and he doesn't use any divine power at all. He's not simple at all. All of these 100 matches will be executed in one move. His payout also went up, now it's already up to 112. What is his purpose? An elder asked. He exploded with 99 million battle strength with a single punch, and now he has won another 100 battles in a row in the underground boxing ring. What is he trying to do? This. I don't know. It said that he was waiting for someone, but who would wait for someone like that? Continuously winning 100 rounds has created a legend. Adding his current odds, I'm worried that there will be a true powerhouse coming out for the next round. That's not something we should worry about. Everyone began to discuss. The god's rudder did not speak further. Did something happen today? The white-haired old man from the cultivation hall stood up and said, today, someone from the training hall fought for 48 million and defeated the young city lord of Spirit Mountain City in one move. I have already blacklisted the young city lord. 48 million fighting strength? This is nothing compared to that big guy, not even half. To be able to defeat the young master of the Spirit Mountain City in one move, with the strength of 48 million, there shouldn't be anything special. The white-haired old man said, let me feel. He's hiding his true strength. In his mind, he recalled the scene where Long Fei made his move. His left fist exerted force, and lightly touched it. The palm's sudden eruption did not have any preparation at all, it was just suddenly. In other words, he could do it from the heart, instantly exploding out with power. God's rudder said, "Since you feel that he is not simple, then pay more attention to him." Also, how is the preparation for God's commercial alliances' auction going? There will be many mysterious powers participating in this auction. We must prepare for it. An elder's forehead shook as he asked, "Sir, are you here for that thing?" God's rudder frowned. The elder immediately lowered his head, not daring to speak. God's rudder said solemnly, "The less you know about that thing, the better. We can't discuss it in private. Also, Master Whitehair, I just remembered that the god's holy sword came from that man's hands. This thing is from the main temple, he could be one of them, you must be careful." God's rudder warned. The white-haired elder immediately said, "This subordinate understands." God's rudder said again, "It's about his reward." After pondering for a moment, the leader took out a purple card from his robes and said, "Give this to him." "Purple diamond card? Lord, isn't this reward too big?" "Yeah, this is a purple diamond card." Purple diamond card. The existence of the god's commercial alliances was second only to the sky drill card. It could access any place in the god's commercial alliances, and all items had a 20% discount. Moreover, it was a symbol of identity. There were very few purple diamond card released, not to mention the city of martial arts, there were very few of them even in the entire ancient god battle continent. The god's rudder said slightly, "If he really is someone from main temple, then this card is equivalent to our god's commercial alliances' pass. If not, it doesn't matter, one god's holy sword is enough." The white-haired elder said, "I will do it immediately. F***CK. Just one card." Long Fei looked at the purple diamond card in his hands and said unhappily, "Why don't you give me a few more fox girls? How boring." He thought it was something else. He casually threw away the purple diamond card and didn't look at it anymore. The waiter and the two fox women were shocked speechless. Purple diamond card, how powerful was its energy? The patriarchs of the three city of martial arts could not even beg while kneeling on the ground, yet Long Fei had a look of despise on his face, and did not even spare him a glance. This caused the white-haired elder, who had been secretly observing Long Fei, to be shocked. If he doesn't even put the purple diamond card in his eyes, then could it really be the people from the main temple? If he isn't someone from the main temple, then this person really doesn't know anything. How big was the god's commercial alliances? How many people could treat purple diamond card as nothing? Long Fei's identity was not simple. Not only that. Furthermore, it was not simple. Just as Long Fei was feeling depressed, a bloody hand grabbed onto the door frame. Wang Tai's entire body was covered in blood, the bones on his back turned black, and a few of them were broken. Heavily wounded. Chapter 1960. Don't be a slut if you have nothing to do, understand? Chapter 1960. Don't be a slut if you have nothing to do, understand? Long Fei's gaze tensed up. One step forward, he immediately supported Wang Tai and said, "What's going on?" Wang Tai's face turned white and revealed a bitter smile. He shook his head. "Boss, I'm fine." And then, he fell unconscious. Long Fei supported Wang Tai and said to the waiter, "Do you have any spirit dawn here?" The waiter said, "The third floor of the inn has a secret hall that specializes in selling various kinds of pills, but the price is extremely high." Suddenly, he looked at the purple diamond card on the table and said, "Master, if you can take the purple diamond card, there should be a discount. Moreover, if you are willing, this card can be overdrawn." "Take me there," Long Fei immediately said. "You two, stay here and take good care of him." Finished. Long Fei followed the waiter of the restaurant to the exquisite hall. The God's Hotel was like a huge place to eat, drink and play. Only what you can't imagine, there's nothing here that he can't think of. The magic hall. They were here specifically to sell all kinds of spiritual pills. The quality of the pills were all top-notch. Normal pills wouldn't even be able to enter, not to mention. There were famous masters overseeing this place every day. Senior brother, are you really going to buy me a spirit concentrating pill? Of course, why else would I bring you to the mystical hall? Qi Xianer and Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong hadn't returned home immediately after waking up from his coma. Their goal this time was to buy pills from the mystical hall in preparation for the competition at Qi Xianer's martial arts arena. It was also for the better to capture Qi Xianer's heart. Spirit concentrating pill, a pill that can increase one's divine strength and break through shackles. The price was also extremely high. Qi Xianer lightly pulled Wang Zhong's arm closer and said sweetly, "Thank you, senior brother." His chest couldn't help but gently rub against Wang Zhong's arm. Wang Zhong immediately felt as though his body was floating in the air as he smiled and said, "As long as junior sister likes it, forget about the spirit concentrating pills, even if it's the moon in the sky, I'll pick it for you. I'm not that short-lived little brother. He can't give you anything. I'll give you everything you want." At this time, Long Fei walked into the exquisite hall. Wang Zhong immediately saw Long Fei. Qi Xianer's eyes also tensed up. Wang Zhong sneered and said, "Country bumpkin, how could the magic hall be a place that you could come to? Don't even mention the pills here, you can't even afford a cup of tea here." Wang Zhong was extremely contemptuous of Long Fei for humiliating him outside earlier. He felt displeased. But in God's commercial alliances, Long Fei could not touch him. "I can't touch him." Long Fei initially did not want to bother with Wang Zhong, but suddenly, he thought of something and asked, "Your surname is Wang?" Wang Zhong asked, "What is it? Now you know who I am?" "Kid, today's matter is not over." Long Fei asked again, "Are you from the Wang family of the city of martial arts' three great families?" Wang Zhong said, "Are you afraid? Right now, if you kneel down and kowtow to apologize to me, you would be in a hurry, otherwise." Not waiting for him to finish, Long Fei's eyes were filled with anger as he made his move. His 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed onto Wang Zhong's shoulder. The shoulder bone had shattered. One hand was crippled. Long Fei did not stop, his body moving again. His other hand was also disabled. "Move again." His feet were crippled. Wang Luan collapsed limply to the ground. He opened his mouth but couldn't even let out a scream. Qi Xianer, who was at the side, was also dumbstruck. She simply couldn't react in time. This is the God's commercial alliances. The rules here were absolute, but Long Fei, rules? To Long Fei, it was useless. Long Fei glared at Wang Zhong and said coldly, "Go back and tell your patriarch that he has attacked my brothers. Prepare them for me." Wang Zhong was in so much pain that he couldn't take care of himself. Finished. Long Fei didn't even look at Wang Zhong. She coldly glanced at Qi Xianer from the corner of her eyes and said coldly, "Don't be a slut if you have nothing to do. Understand?" Just a glance. Qi Xianer's body immediately began to tremble. That gaze was extremely cold, and her mind almost couldn't take it anymore. It was extremely uncomfortable, crushing down like she couldn't even breathe. After Long Fei walked a few meters away, Qi Xianer shouted fiercely, "Do you not care about the people from the God's commercial alliances? Huh! Injuring my fiancé without permission, don't you think God's commercial alliances would give an explanation?" Qi Xianer said heavily. At this time, an elder came out and said, "Consider this spirit-concentrating pill as a compensation." Qi Xianer was startled, and said, "What I want is not this, what I want is for you to kill him for me. Zhao and Wang family will definitely not let this go." The elder was not afraid as he said, "Are you sure?" Qi Xianer said, "I want his life." The elder said flatly, "I'm afraid not." Qi Xianer said, "Don't you know the rules of your God's commercial alliances? The white-haired elder had already reported what Long Fei did not spare a glance at the purple diamond card, and many elders knew clearly that Long Fei's identity was not simple. No matter who you offend, you must not offend Long Fei. At this moment, the waiter said lightly, "Young Miss Qi, the Wang and Zhao families are indeed powerful, but this is our master's purple diamond card. You should know what this card means, right?" Qi Xianer looked at the purple diamond card that the waiter took out and his face sunk. His body trembled slightly as he muttered, "Impossible, he is just a country bumpkin. How could he have your purple diamond card?" Purple diamond card also had a special right. He could use force. Just a small card was enough to crush Zhao and Wang clan. The elder said lightly, "It's better to leave with the spirit concentrating pill and, from today onwards, the magic hall will not welcome the two of you, understand?" Another critical hit. The originally incomparably arrogant Qi Xianer, who was like a peacock spreading its tail, was beaten black and blue. The key was Long Fei scoffed. He didn't place her in his eyes at all. Qi Xianer clenched his teeth, looked at the spirit concentrating pill, and in the end, still took it. Long Fei didn't care about what happened after that. The only thing he wanted to do now was to save Wang Tai. Long Fei walked into the exquisite hall and directly said, "I need the best healing pills." The elder saw that Long Fei did not ask any further, and immediately went into the cabinet. He took out a black box and said, "This is the best healing medicinal pill that we have. The price of this pill is 7 million divine stones. Do you want to pay in cash or—" Long Fei was secretly speechless. One pill could cost 7 million divine stones. How powerful was this pill? Immediately, Long Fei said, "On my account." Following that, Long Fei took the pill and walked towards the 8th floor. From the start, he did not care about the purple diamond card in the waiter's hands. The waiter did not follow Long Fei immediately, and instead roughly described his injuries. And then, the elder of the magic hall followed the waiter to the 8th floor. Long Fei's identity was special. After consuming a pill, Wang Zhong's complexion immediately improved. His injuries rapidly recovered as well. One had to admit that this healing elixir was extremely effective. However, Wang Zhong still hadn't woken up. Chapter 1961 Mad Alchemy. Chapter 1961 Mad Alchemy. The highest grade healing pellet completely recovered Wang Tai's internal injuries. However, he just didn't wake up. This was because the black bones on his back had broken. Moreover, the heavy sword he had been carrying on his back had also disappeared. The bones on his back were completely different from normal bones. The moment Long Fei saw him, he felt that the bones on his back were using the power of heavenly bones. Now that his bones had been broken, the pain was probably unbearable. At this moment, the waiter and the Hall of Wonders elder walked into the room. The servant handed over the purple diamond card and said, "Sir, your brother's injuries are probably not as simple as internal injuries. He is our best doctor." Looking at the broken bones on his back, the space between his eyebrows tightened. Taking a look at his pulse, his eyebrows tightened even more and said, "This master's bones are very special. The black bones on his back are actually connected to his heart. His bones are damaged. His heart is also affected, I'm afraid." He raised his eyes to look at Long Fei and said, "The healing panacea is basically unable to save him." Long Fei asked, "What pill can I save?" "Money doesn't matter, as long as you can save my brother, there's no problem with the sky-high price." Long Fei did not care about the money at all. No matter how much money he had, it would not be as important as his brother's life. The doctor frowned slightly and said, "Sir, this is not a matter of money. His bones have been forcefully broken, so this method is extremely cruel. It can be said that his tendons have been split and bones have been broken, and healing is almost impossible. The only way is to break all the bones on his back and then reconnect them, But this is not enough because these special bones are linked to the heart. I must have a mind-protecting pill. Also, we still need continuous bone pill. Our mystical hall still has the mind protection pill, but this continuous bone pill we are here to. When Long Fei heard the words tendon-splitting bone-splitting tendon, his heart turned sinister, the pain was unimaginable, he clenched his fists, and his joints popped out. And then, Long Fei asked, "Where are the continuous bone pill?" The physician continued, "From what I know, there is no such pill in the entire city of martial arts. Although the grade of this pill is not high, it is still the hardest pill to refine out of the countless pills. Almost no one has the ability to refine this pill. The refining of continuous bone pill was extremely difficult. In addition to the fact that the grade was not high, no one was willing to refine such a pill. It was very rarely used. If Wang Tai wasn't injured like this, there would be no need for the continuous bone pill at all." Seeing Wang Tai unconscious, Long Fei asked, "What would happen if there was no continuous bone pill?" The doctor hesitated for a moment, then looked at Long Fei and said, "He might not be able to take it, he might die, but even if he could, without the continuous bone pill to repair his broken bones, I'm afraid he will become a trash. F***ck. Damned Wang family," Long Fei said harshly as he gritted his teeth. The spirit doctor could feel that Long Fei's body was releasing a powerful aura, it was extremely powerful. His mind was trembling, this was not an aura an ordinary lower god could release. The waiter's eyes turned cold. Long Fei said, "City of Martial Arts is so big, is there anyone who can refine continuous bone pill?" The doctor shook his head. "As far as I know, I'm afraid. No. Not a single one." Long Fei's gaze tensed up. The physician shook his head and said, "Refining this kind of pill is too difficult. It is impossible for someone who has yet to refine the pill. He can't wait that long. His life. I'm afraid it will take at most a day." Long Fei's pupils tightened. This feeling really made him feel uncomfortable. "Huff. Elder, tell me the formula for refining the continuous bone pill, and then you can start right away." Long Fei exhaled. No one in the city of martial arts could save his brother. Then he'll do it. His alchemy technique had gone through the cultivation methods of Dragon Coffin, and he knew that his was not strong. However, for the sake of his brother, he was willing to risk his life. He only had one day. If he could not refine the continuous bone pill out, Wang Tai would die. The doctor looked at Long Fei in shock. He wanted to ask something, but managed to hold back in the end, and said, "Okay, I will immediately have someone to write the continuous bone pills formula for you." And then, Long Fei said again, "Waiter, help me investigate who it was." Finished. Long Fei walked out of the room into Wang Tai's room. After a few minutes, someone brought over the admiration of the continuous bone pill, and also brought a lot of materials to refine the continuous bone pill. Long Fei closed the door. The idea moved. The Dragon Coffin has been unlocked. Just as he was about to enter the world of Dragon Coffin, he heard a miserable scream from the room next door that belonged to Wang Tai. Long Fei's heart turned sinister again. The Wang clan. You just ***king wait for lousy. The idea moved. Wang. Brat, you're here again, the dragon said with a smile. He wasn't used to it now that he hadn't seen Long Fei for a few days. Long Fei's potential had shocked him immensely. His spirit of not admitting defeat and not worrying about losing had even surprised him. Just like an indestructible cockroach. Long Fei did not continue. Alchemy mode activate. Ding. Alchemy mode activated. Alchemy mission, refining a divine pellet, obtaining alchemy technique experience, special reward once. Long Fei did not refine any divine pellet. Instead, he used the continuous bone pills formula to find the materials and began refining. Ding. Refinery failure. Buzz. In that moment, Long Fei was instantly flung out. It was as if he had died again. Continue. Ding. Refinery failure. Boom. The idea was killed once again. Idea was like his own real face. Every time they failed, they would be killed once, just like every time they died. Again. Ding. Refining failed. Refinery failure. Continuously failing. A crazy failure. Furthermore, Long Fei had no way of controlling how to refine the spirit liquid from the spirit grass. The colossal dragon also felt that Long Fei's mood was different when he entered this time. It gave him a reminder and said, "Kid, alchemy is about mood. You can't refine any pellets in this state. You shut up." It was true that his heart was a little fidgety after Long Fei shouted this sentence, but when he was using his alchemy, it could be said that he was completely immersed in it. But continuous bone pill was too difficult to master. All sorts of failures and attempts were unable to be completed. Just as the physician had said, no one was willing to try because the chances of failure were too high. Not only would it be difficult to succeed, it would also damage a person's confidence. No one would refine such a pill. I don't believe it. Long Fei's brows sunk, once again changing the refining method. Huff! The huge dragon exhaled a long breath. The idea moved and entered Long Fei's idea, and said faintly, "The most important part of the continuous bone pill's refining process is the refining of the spirit liquid. It is not refined together, but one after the other. Remember this." Chapter 1962, Level 9, Purple Robe. Chapter 1962, Level 9, Purple Robe, Continuous Bone Pill. It was the bones. Similarly, all the spirit grass had to have a continuous nature, with rings and rings, in order to truly display the effects of the continuous bone pill, and not blindly ask for success. Even if it was forcefully refined successfully, the efficacy of such a continuous bone pill would be minimal. The colossal dragon's reminder made Long Fei's mind clear up, and he said, "Thank you," and then he was once again entering the midst of a new round of alchemy cultivation. Even with the dragon's reminder, it was still very difficult for Long Fei to succeed in one go. There were too many things he needed to master. However, Long Fei had never given up. While Long Fei was training his alchemy technique, the god's rudder found out about this. In the hall. This person is so important to him. It's clear that this must be a very good relationship. Helmsman, what do you think? The difficulty of refining continuous bone pill is not inferior to a grade 6 divine pellet. City of Martial Arts does not have a single alchemy master who has reached the realm of a grade 6 divine pellet. I'm afraid. The key is that many alchemy masters simply do not know how to refine continuous bone pill. Several elders of the Hall of Wonders said. God's rudder thought for a moment and said, "If there was no continuous bone pill, what would happen to him? Even if they don't die, they will become trash." For a martial arts training practitioner, losing your cultivation is worse than dying. The center of God's rudder's brows tightened. Thinking about Long Fei's mysterious identity, for a moment, he felt somewhat uncertain. In the end, he said lightly, "Bring all the rank 5 alchemy masters in City of Martial Arts over here and have them refine the continuous bone pill with all their might. If one of them manages to refine it successfully, they will get the recipe for a rank 6 pellet." Huh! Helmsman, isn't the price of a grade 6 spirit Dan too high? That's right. Rank 6 divine pellets are not ordinary pellets. Every pellet is an important resource of our God's commercial alliances. Once we get out, we'll. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, God's rudder said, "I'll bear the consequences. You guys go ahead and do this first." He had always felt that Long Fei was not simple. Even if he was not someone from the main temple, this person was definitely not simple. They were looking down on the purple diamond card. As for the millions of divine stones, they were just like dirt. This kind of person was definitely not simple. He would definitely take a gamble. How powerful was the gods' commercial alliances? That was the main point. As for the result, it all depended on the heavens' will. Perhaps he could succeed. Perhaps, no. At this moment, the waiter hurriedly ran over and said, "Sir, there's no need to refine the continuous bone pill anymore." Elder's face shook. "Is he dead?" The waiter shook his head and said, "Someone can refine it. Dr. Sue told me to inform him." Who? Who can refine continuous bone pill? Can it be that a Tier 6 pill refiner has arrived? Even a Tier 6 pill refiner wouldn't be able to succeed at any time. All the rank 5 alchemy masters in the alchemy room were startled. God's rudder immediately said, "Let's go take a look." If he was really a 6-stage alchemy master, then he really had to rope her in. Any one of the alchemy masters were talented people, and such a person had to be treated well. Next, a dozen or so apothecaries and several elders of God's commercial alliances rushed to the 8th floor. "I want to see who is stronger than us in City of Martial Arts." Exactly. If we can't even refine it, how can anyone? I don't believe it. 9th floor of the Gods Hotel. A woman wearing a purple dress held an ancient scroll in her hand. Hearing the commotion downstairs, her brows tightened as she said, "It's so noisy downstairs." At this time, an old servant immediately bowed. "Miss, do you want me to go down?" The woman in purple gently said, "Forget it." The old servant stood at the side and said softly, "The continuous bone pill is not that easy to refine." The purple lady said indifferently, "This kind of pill, not to mention a Tier 6 pill refiner, even a Tier 8 pill refiner would not be able to 100% of the refining process. Even if it was successfully concocted, it would not be able to bring out the effects of the continuous bone pill." The old servant nodded. "You can't refine a continuous bone pill, but you have to bring out its medicinal effects." The woman picked up the ancient scroll and started to read. The soundproofing effect of every floor of God's commercial alliances was very good. Ordinary people, even divine-level powerhouse would not be able to hear the voices coming from the next level, but yet it was as though he was standing by the side. Moreover, the purple woman clearly heard the things that happened between Long Fei and the 2 twin fox women as well. Chapter 1963 When I Wake Up, I'll Take You to Hell with Me. Chapter 1963 When I Wake Up, I'll Take You to Hell with Me. Who can refine continuous bone pill? A alchemy master was the first to rush into the room. At this moment, Long Fei was just about to pick the materials. Dr. Sue looked at Long Fei. When he saw the god's rudder, he immediately stood up and returned back to normal with a glance from the branch lord. A dozen or so 5th-grade alchemy masters looked at Long Fei with a look of disdain. Just this brat? He can refine continuous bone pill? Ha ha! Are you sure this is not a joke? How is this possible? With just him? Kid, may I ask what rank of alchemy master you are? If he can refine a continuous bone pill, this old one will write his name backwards. None of them believed it. It was because they were alchemists, but Long Fei was in his early 20s. How could he possibly refine a continuous bone pill? Long Fei ignored him. He arranged the position of the spirit grass by himself. God's rudder frowned. One of the clan elders immediately shouted, "All of you, quiet down." The hall quickly became silent. Everyone stared at Long Fei. None of them spoke, but their expressions were full of disdain. Alchemy masters were all very proud existences. They despised some low-level alchemy masters. They were proud and aloof, and always thought of themselves as the #1 alchemy master under the heavens. Huff! After preparing everything, Long Fei exhaled lightly. His heart calmed down and the aura on his body relaxed slightly. A slight buzzing sound was emitted in the air. No one in the room noticed this hum, but The purple-clothed woman on the 9th floor suddenly moved. She put down the ancient scroll and started to listen with all her heart. When the old servant saw the purple-dressed woman's serious expression, the expression in his eyes changed. A spirit grass floated in the air. Long Fei did not have any pill furnaces beside him. A alchemy master could not help but laugh. If you don't even have a pill furnace, how are you going to refine it? You can refine a ball. Pill furnace. It is an essential item of the alchemy. How could he refine without a pill furnace? Isn't this a joke? No one understood that in the common sense of alchemy, one must have a pill furnace in order to obtain it. God's rudder looked at the alchemy master of the mystical hall. Their faces were also filled with shock, and they did not understand as they had never seen this kind of method of alchemy. Long Fei entered a state of selflessness. Zhang Xian's eyes twitched. Boom! With a series of explosive sounds, all the windows in the room were suddenly violently pushed open by a strong force, and rushed into the spirit grass. There was no pill furnace, no flames, but the spirit grass began to slowly extract the spirit liquid. The heaven and earth became the furnace. The power of nature was fire. Let alone these 5th-grade alchemy masters, even the top alchemy masters of the primordial divine war might not have seen this kind of technique before. Everyone in the hall was scared silly. When had I ever seen such a alchemy technique before? One of the spirit grass's spirit liquids had not yet finished being refined. As for the other spirit grass, it started floating in the air and seeping out spirit liquids, fusing together. Mixing spirit liquid? Will it work? Does he know alchemy or not? It was completely against common sense. Many people began to question him. The purple-clothed woman looked as if she was in the hall and said lightly, "The connection between the spirit liquids is so perfect, what a powerful alchemy technique. The spirit liquid from another spirit grass connected to everything else." In just a few short minutes, a dozen or so stalks of spirit grass spirit liquid were refined and linked together perfectly. They converged into a liquid ball. How they were solidified was also the most important part. The purple-clothed lady said softly, "How are you going to freeze it now? If we don't operate properly, everything we did before will be in vain." She was looking forward to it. They were looking forward to Long Fei refining it earlier. Long Fei maintained his calm expression as he looked at the boiling water in front of him, and started to roll non-stop. He wanted to solidify it into a pill. What was needed was not the burning of flames, but the crushing of strength. This was also a method taught to him by a dragon. Buzz! His left arm shook. The power of Buddha started to move. Boom! His right arm shook, and the strength of the dragon-shaped mark under his sleeve slightly moved as well. Boom! The air continuously ruptured as powerful energy continuously poured into the spirit liquid from the center of Long Fei's palm. He began to frantically crush, expelling the impurities in the spirit liquid and fusing Long Fei's power of Buddha and dragon-shaped mark's energy into it. The area around the elixir was as though there were dozens of large hands squeezing it in a frenzy, as though they were holding it in place. At the same time, on Long Fei's forehead, his back was sweating profusely. Just a little more. Just a little more. Just a little more. Long Fei clenched his teeth and persisted. Buzz! A light sound rang out. A steaming hot pill was floating in the air. Ding! Refining is a success. The system sounded out. Long Fei's body trembled slightly. He fell on his butt on the chair, unable to take it anymore. His body felt like it had been sucked dry, and not only his holy power value, but his mental force too. Very uncomfortable. Long Fei panted anxiously and said, "Dr. Su, hurry and give it to him." Everyone in the hall was shocked. Each and every one of them looked at Long Fei with their mouths agape. They had never seen such a method of refining alchemy before, and it had actually succeeded. It was too unbelievable. All of them looked like idiots. God's rudder's heart was even more fervent, pleasantly surprised. Genius. No, no, no. To use the word genius to describe him is simply insulting him. It's too sharp. He suddenly realized that he had made the right choice. Dr. Su came back to reality and immediately fed the pill to Wang Tai. As the pill entered his body, the bones that were connected to Wang Tai quickly let out a series of cracking sounds, and the black bones that protruded from his back slowly retracted back into his body. Moreover, Wang Tai's body was covered with waves of divine light. Not only had the bones on his back been repaired, even the bones in his entire body had been remodeled. It was as if he had been reborn and evolved anew. Huff! Wang Tai's eyes twitched. He suddenly woke up. The aura on his body rumbled like an explosion. The aura on his body underwent a sudden change, instantly breaking through to the next realm. This time, the surrounding people all looked at Long Fei as though they were looking at a fool. Their faces were filled with worship and shock, as if they had seen their ancestors. Long Fei smiled as he looked at Wang Tai, who had stood up once again. Hoo. I need some rest. Sister, go warm your bed. Long Fei was really very tired. He looked at Wang Tai and said, When I wake up, I'll settle the score for you. He thought that it was the same as outside in training space of the dragon coffin. However, the world was like a furnace and the natural power was like a fire, taking his life with it. He wouldn't be able to feel it from the inside, but outside, he felt extremely uncomfortable. The twins supported Long Fei as they walked into the room. The god's rudder also quickly gave the order, All of you get out. Don't disturb his rest. The 9th floor. The purple-clothed woman by the window was in a daze. He's really not normal. Never seen it before. Uncle you said? Can you concoct the 9 steps yang reversion pill? Chapter 1964 Long Fei became furious at once. Chapter 1964 Long Fei became furious at once. By the time he woke up, it was already dawn. Long Fei stretched lazily, as he slept soundly this time. He had not slept so comfortably in all these years. Master, you're awake. Master, I'll prepare breakfast for you. The sweet voices of the 2 twin girls sounded out, causing one to be in a good mood as they listened with high spirit. Long Fei looked at one of them. Immediately, a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. I'll eat you first. A lively dragon and a lively tiger. There was another storm. The 2 ladies were tired. However, they still insisted on getting up. One of them would prepare breakfast for Long Fei while the other would dress Long Fei. Life should be like this. Long Fei looked at the 2 of them and thought about their future. His heart couldn't help but tighten slightly. Fate was bound? Long Fei did not say much and walked out of the room. Wang Tai immediately stood up and said, Boss, you're awake. He knew that his life was saved by Long Fei, and also knew how difficult it was to refine continuous bone pill. Wang Tai's heart was indescribably grateful. Long Fei said, Stop, don't make yourself look like a woman. Tell me, who did this to you? Not only did you injure yourself internally, you even broke your heavenly bone. Isn't this going too far? Heavenly bone? Wang Tai did not know what the black bones on his back were called. He thought he had a demon inside him. Long Fei said, The bone in your back. He had cultivated the power of God's bone taboo before, so he was very clear on what kind of black bone was growing out of Wang Tai's back. It was just that it had not been fully activated yet. At this moment, the waiter walked into the room and said, Sir, the elders of the mystical hall wish to see you. What do you think? What Long Fei did not know was that he had refined continuous bone pill, shocking the entire city of martial arts' alchemy realm. It could be said, those alchemy masters who saw him wanted to see Long Fei. They even wanted to know what that alchemy method was. It was too shocking. To an alchemy master, talking with Long Fei would change their fate. Long Fei waved his hand and said, Let them wait. Wang Tai, tell me, who beat you up like this? Wang Tai's mouth tightened, his brows slightly lowered, and his expression somewhat lonely. Long Fei said, You are my brother, to beat you to such a state, this matter is not over. Wang Tai said, Boss, about this matter, I think we should just forget about it. I was useless, and my skills are inferior to others. That's why The scene of himself being attacked by the three great powerhouses of the Wang family appeared in his mind. Wang Tai's heart tightened. He didn't want to involve Long Fei in this, after all this was his private matter. Long Fei asked, A member of the Wang family? Wang Tai did not speak. Long Fei replied, Understood. Wang Tai said, Boss, I will take care of this matter, I will. What would he know? You're my brother, hitting you is the same as hitting me. If I don't get back at you for this, then I'm not your boss. Long Fei was very angry. If it wasn't Dragon Coffin training space, if it were not for the help of the huge dragon, Long Fei would never have been able to refine continuous bone pills. This way, even if Wang Tai didn't die, he would at least become a cripple. To a cultivator, life was better than death. If he killed him, he would have to avenge himself. Wang Tai felt gratitude in his heart, and wanted to cry. 10-odd years ago, the Wang family abandoned him and allowed him to expel the Devil Island. Now he was back. He was viewed as a demon, a joint attack by 3 experts. The last trace of hope in his heart for the Wang family was gone. Master, breakfast is ready. The fox girl brought in the breakfast and asked, Master, the elders of the magic hall are still waiting outside. Should we let them in? Long Fei said, Let them in. After all, they were from the gods' commercial alliances. Moreover, God's commercial alliances had indeed helped Wang Tai a lot when he was heavily injured. No matter what his goal was, Long Fei's thoughts were very simple. If he helped him, then he would owe him a favor. With Long Fei's permission, 2 elders of the Hall of Wonders walked in ecstatically, as if they were 2 apprentices. They bowed in front of Long Fei and said excitedly, Master, you. Long Fei ate his breakfast and said, If you have anything to say, just say it, I still have matters to attend to later. The 2 elders glanced at each other. An elder bit his lips and said, Master, we want to know what method you use to refine the continuous bone pill. Why can't you use a pill furnace to concoct pills? It has always been so. From start to finish, we haven't seen any flame power at all. How did the pill solidify and take shape? I really want to know. They had been thinking about these questions all night, unable to sleep at all. Not just him. It was the same for many alchemy masters in the city of martial arts. Even the god's rudder was the same. He had never seen such shocking profound arts before. Even Main Temple had never seen such a method before. Long Fei raised his head, looked at them, and faintly said, The heaven and earth are furnace, and naturally are flames. This is how they were refined. I've finished eating. Let's go. I'll take you to settle the score. Long Fei did not want to say more. Even if he had explained it clearly, they would not be able to understand. There was no way to replace it. Thus, no matter how simple Long Fei's words were, they wouldn't understand. The 2 5th-rank alchemy masters of the mystical hall had stupefied expressions, and muttered to themselves, The heaven and earth are furnace, so it's naturally fire. What does this mean? They didn't understand at all. However, the purple-clothed woman at the 9th floor tightened her eyebrows. Heaven and earth are furnace, so naturally they are fire. This sentence seems to have come from an ancient scroll. Could it be? Is there really such a powerful alchemy technique in the world? Nether Slave shook his head. I have never heard of it. The purple-robed woman relaxed her brow, and a look of excitement appeared on her face, along with a faint smile. This smile. It was as if everything had happened in an instant. Beautiful beyond compare. Nether Slave was dumbfounded. This was the first time he saw the purple-dressed woman smile in these 10 years. Immediately, Nether slave immediately said, Miss, do you want me to invite him up? The purple-robed woman immediately said, No need, I'm going to see him myself. Uncle I have a hunch, I feel. He can concoct the 9 steps yang reversion pill. Definitely. The violet-clothed woman's voice became excited. Wang Tai was still hesitant, as he did not want Long Fei to get involved in the Wang family's matters. At this moment, an assistant from the God's Hotel walked in and whispered a few words into the ears of the waiter. Long Fei immediately asked, What is it? The waiter immediately said, My lord, the Wang and Qi families have sent many people to hand you over. The branch lord said, Do you want us to take action? F***CK. Long Fei was immediately furious. Chapter 1965 Royal Family, Killing Order. Chapter 1965 Royal Family, Killing Order. He was instantly enraged. If Laozi isn't looking for you, why are you King looking for death? Do you really think that Laozi is a soft persimmon that anyone can pinch? There was a ball of fire in his heart. Wang Tai was very unhappy with his injuries. It was one thing if he didn't look for trouble with them, but they did come looking for him. Can he swallow this down? Let's go. Long Fei immediately stood up. The waitress asked, Sir, do you want us to settle this? The elders of the mystical hall immediately said, King, the Qi family dares to behave atrociously in front of our God's commercial alliances? What are you waiting for? Tell them to scram. The current Long Fei's identity was definitely not simple. Forget about everything else, just refining a continuous bone pill was already not simple. However, they did not know that Long Fei could only refine one kind of continuous bone pill. If he had to refine another pubes, he definitely would not be able to refine it within a short period of time. Long Fei said, Regarding this, I will do it myself. Wang Tai, he's already here, why didn't you say anything? Long Fei said angrily. Wang Tai clenched his fists and said, You've gone too far. And then he stepped out of the room and rushed to the entrance of the Tianxin Hotel. The 9th floor. Miss, the purple-dressed woman said slightly. The fierce dragon is but a river, while the king and the Qi family are both local tyrants in the city of martial arts. Let's go and take a look, we can't let anyone hurt him. Nether slave nodded and said, I understand. Quickly hand him over. If your God's commercial alliances doesn't give an explanation for beating him to such a state, don't blame us for being impolite. This is going too far. Don't you God's commercial alliances like to call it rules? Beating him up like this and giving him a spirit-concentrating pill was enough? Do you think that our Wang family is easy to bully? Let me tell you, this is the city of martial arts. A few of the elders of the Qi and Yang families said angrily. They were right. This was the city of martial arts, their world. Even if the God's commercial alliances was extremely powerful, a strong dragon couldn't even be compared to a snake in the city of martial arts. The power of a division was not that of a king or a rival of the Qi and Qi families. If they were to fall out, no one would feel good. Elder Wang Zhong, from your tone, it seems that you want to fight my God's commercial alliances, right? An elder of the God's commercial alliances said coldly. Wang Zhong shouted, Don't use the war to scare me. All we need to do is say it out. Either hand the person over to me or we'll go in and look for it ourselves. At this time, God's rudder walked out, his eyes squinted slightly as he shouted, I think you don't have the guts to do that. Wang Zhong's gaze darkened, his voice dropping to a lower pitch. God's rudder, it's great that you came. My family's young master was beaten up by your mysterious deity pellet. You have to give me an explanation for this matter, otherwise. Our Wang and Qi families are not weak either. Explanation? What do you mean? What I'm saying is, if there's no other way, if you continue pestering me, don't blame me for being impolite. God's rudder glared with both eyes. God's commercial alliances was not a soft persimmon. He wanted to protect Long Fei. Even if the patriarch of the Wang family and the Qi family came, he would still protect Long Fei. If he handed Long Fei over, Long Fei would definitely be finished. Wang Zhong glared at him. "Are you sure you don't want to hand it over?" The god's rudder sneered and said, "The person my god's commercial alliances wants to protect, even if it's your king, the entire Qi and clan combined will not be able to touch us. If you don't believe me, just try it." The muscles at the corners of Wang Zhong's eyes trembled as he shouted in anger, "Do you think I don't dare to?" Suddenly, the Wang clan disciples drew their swords in unison. The people of God's commercial alliances also rushed out. All of a sudden, the atmosphere was tense, filled with tension and the smell of gunpowder. However, no one attacked first, because of fear. Wang, the Qi family did not expect God's commercial alliances to protect Long Fei with his life. There was no need to get into such a tense situation. God's rudder did not expect it to be like this. No matter which side it was, they could not bear the consequences of the war. The gods' commercial alliances was just a division here. Once the war started, they would definitely lose. King, the Qi and the Qi family have been in the city of martial arts for hundreds of years. At this moment, Long Fei walked out and said, "I was the one who beat him. If there's anything you need, just come at me, I'll take it all on." When Qi Xian'er saw Long Fei, he immediately said, "That's him. He's the one who beat up brother Wang Zhong." Wang Tai looked at Qi Xian'er. Hearing the big brother Wang Zhong call him so intimately caused his heart to feel slightly cold. Long Fei said in a low voice, "This kind of woman is not worth it for you to love." Wang Tai laughed bitterly. Wang Zhong looked at Long Fei, and then looked at Wang Tai, and his heart shivered. He's not dead yet? Yesterday when he attacked Wang Tai, he was one of the experts. It was a deadly attack, but Wang Tai was acting like nothing happened. God's rudder looked at Long Fei, and immediately walked forward, saying, "No one dares to do anything to you." Long Fei said, "Thank you, Branch Lord. No one did anything to me. But what do I want from them?" This has nothing to do with the gods' commercial alliances. After Long Fei finished speaking, he strode over and shouted angrily, "Who beat up my brother?" Wang Zhong looked at Wang Tai, and then looked at Long Fei and said, "He's your brother?" One of the young disciples standing next to Wang Zhong immediately sneered, "It looks like you are also a trash who escaped from Devil Island." Long Fei's eyes darkened. "What did you say?" The young disciple said, "I said you guys were all escaped from the Devil Island." He hadn't finished speaking the word trash. Long Fei's figure disappeared. Boom! With a slap, that young disciple fell to the ground. His head heavily smashed into the ground, causing the floor to crack and his brain to spew out all over the floor. One slap, one kill. The system sounded out. Ding! Long Fei did not listen because there was not a single boss to be seen. This type of monster would not drop anything, and as for experience points, it was even more pitiful. Long Fei had a cold and gloomy expression as he said, "What did he say just now? Can anyone say it again?" The entire place was silent. Instantly, it was crushed by Long Fei alone. He was completely speechless. No one dared to repeat what they just said. After pausing for a few seconds, Long Fei sneered and said, "Why is no one talking? Since no one speaks, then I will speak. Who hit my brother? Who?" Long Fei glared at him furiously. Staring at Wang Zhong, he coldly asked, "Is that you?" Wang Zhong's expression turned cold, his eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "I don't care who you are killing my clansmen, but you won't be able to walk out of City of Martial Arts today." A killing order. The Wang clan's kill order. Wang Tai's heart sank. God's rudder's expression also secretly changed. Something was going to happen. Chapter 1966 King of Night Order. Chapter 1966 King of Night Order. The Wang clan was an extremely powerful clan. They had once entered the battleground, and at the same time, obtained some achievements. The killing intent that he had brought back from the battlefield was an important force in the Wang family's cultivation. A killing order. In the past several hundred years, the Wang family had used it twice. Every time, they would come out in full strength. It wouldn't stop until one of them was dead. There was no end to the 9 clans. They wouldn't stop until they were all killed. Furthermore, they were all completed within a day. What Wang Zhong had just said was to issue a killing order. Not only was the people from the gods' commercial alliances slightly shocked, even the Qi family and the Wang family disciples present were secretly shocked. However, Long Fei was indifferent. He did not know what order the Wang family sent him to kill him, nor did he know what it meant by that order. He only knew one thing. Whoever touched his brother would die. It was that simple. Long Fei grinned. I don't care who you are, but if you dare to touch my brother, then you will die. All right. Very good. Wang Zhong smiled and said, Brat, perhaps you don't know what the Wang clan's killing order means, but you will know very soon. Wang Tai immediately walked over and asked, Third Elder, is this really going to happen? Who do you think you are? Do you have the qualifications to call me Third Elder? You monster! Wang Zhong's eyes turned sinister. I should have killed you back then, but you still dared to come back after more than 10 years. What are you doing back here? Revenge? Or did he want to return to the Wang clan? Are you qualified? The Wang family never accepts monsters. One word, monster, and the other sentence, monster. Wang Tai's heart was in great pain. These 2 words deeply stung him, and he said, I only came back to see my mother, and I'll leave after I've seen her. I definitely won't take another step into the Wang family. Your mother is such a bitch. Monster, only that kind of bitch can give birth to you. Wang Zhong said in disdain. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Cluck, cluck, cluck. A series of cracking sounds could be heard. Roar. A monster's roar came out from Wang Tai's body. In that instant, the bones on Wang Tai's back suddenly exploded, and a few meter-long black bones grew out. Wang Tai extended his right hand, and directly grabbed onto a black bone, and pulled. A bone sword. A wave of powerful energy exploded from the black bone. The flames of fury burned. The powerful aura was also burning. Wang Tai took a step forward, and it was as if he had instantly fallen into madness. I won't allow you to insult my mother. Boom! With a single step, a deep footprint appeared on the ground. The flames were still burning on the footprint. The black bone sword in his hand slashed down. Shwa! The black sword Qi attacked. Wang Zhong sneered. Monsters are monsters. It seems like yesterday's lesson wasn't enough. Today I'll send you to meet Yen. Wang Zhong's aura of power followed him. Buzz! The power of the first stage of Lower God erupted. It formed a strong pressure that wanted to crush Wang Tai. Long Fei glared between his brows. He did not try to stop them. He couldn't stop it either. In this kind of situation, everyone wished to use their own strength to ruthlessly crush their opponent. Wang Tai flew into a rage. Following the transformation of the continuous bone pill that Long Fei refined, the power hidden within his body, especially within the heavenly bone, burst forth even more abruptly. The sword Qi instantly shattered Wang Zhong's aura. Wang Zhong's gaze tensed up, but he was still a powerhouse in the lower god realm after all. With his aura shattered, he did not panic at all as his right hand moved. An earthen yellow power rose from the ground. A charge. Boom! After directly resisting Wang Tai's bone sword, Wang Zhong's body slightly sank. His heart was overwhelmed with shock. I didn't think that I would have such a strong power to progress in a short day. I dare not imagine it. If I don't get rid of this monster today, I will definitely cause trouble in the future. Immediately, Wang Zhong's left hand moved and a tiny dagger appeared in his sleeve. He controlled the chi and moved. The dagger suddenly disappeared into thin air. Long Fei's heart tensed up. Despicable. He wanted to stop them, but Long Fei did not know where the dagger would come from. Ah! Ah! The bone sword in his hand was like a large machete, slashing down heavily. He did not care about the consequences, and he did not care about defense. You are not allowed to insult my mother, you are not allowed to insult my mother, you are not allowed to. He roared crazily. He could endure insulting him. However, his mother was his bottom line. No one was allowed to insult her. The whole Wang family called him a monster. No one sympathized with him. Everyone bullied him. Even his father never looked at him again. Only his mother. His mother was his only concern. He wanted the Wang family to give him an explanation. He wanted to ask why his father had abandoned him, but, after he returned to the city of martial arts, all he wanted was to see his mother. With such a small request, not only did the Wang clan not agree, they even made a huge move against him. I never wanted him to live. At this moment, Wang Tai completely erupted. The anger and resentment that he had suppressed for more than 10 years burst forth from him. The bone sword was still chopping down heavily. Wang Zhong could not hold on any longer and staggered backwards. However, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he suddenly shouted, "Monster, go and die!" A cold dagger suddenly appeared and pierced straight towards Wang Tai's throat. Long Fei glared. "Be careful!" He took a step forward. However, too slow. There was no time. Long Fei's pupils suddenly contracted. Just as he was about to release, time reset. The dagger was suddenly bound by a force, floating motionlessly around Wang Tai's neck. Wang Zhong's expression changed. Who? At the same time, Wang Tai did not think that it would be a big deal as he continued to observe from the sidelines. Crack! Wang Zhong's arm was sent flying as blood spurted out. He endured the intense pain as he crazily retreated. The crowd of Wang clan disciples instantly protected him. Long Fei secretly shivered in his heart. What a strong power! To be able to release such a binding power in an instant, it had to be said that even if Long Fei was completely prepared, he still wouldn't be able to do it. At this time, the purple-dressed woman slowly walked out, covering her face with a veil as she said, "Is this matter over?" Her voice was very calm. The waiter immediately whispered into God's Rudder's ears, "Sir, distinguished guest on the 9th floor." God's Rudder's gaze tensed up. Another elder of the Wang family shouted, "It's fine if you say it, but this matter." While he was speaking, the purple-clothed woman really did not want the nether slave to come out. She took out a purple order badge from her bosom and coldly said, "Can you let it go now?" The expressions of the Wang clan members all changed. The faces of the elders of the gods' commercial alliances also changed drastically, as if they were facing a great enemy. King of Night Order. Chapter 1967 Identification, Exposure. Chapter 1967 Identification, Exposure. Once the order was given, the king and the Qi and Qi families left the gods' commercial alliances dejectedly, not even daring to fart. As for the royal clan's kill order, instantly. This was the first time the Wang family had been so humiliated in hundreds of years in the city of martial arts. Moreover, it was a kind of bitterness that could not be described with words. When the gods' commercial alliances was split up, they braced themselves to give it a try. After all, it was just a division. However, in front of the King of Night Order, they did not have that kind of courage, nor did they have that kind of heart. This was because the energy contained within the Order badge was so powerful that they could not withstand it. Whoever offended the Night King Valley would only end up like this, with their entire family annihilated. Night King, King of the Night. It was also known as the King of Assassins of the ancient war god. Rumors. Night King Valley's first Valley Master was an assassin by the god's side. It was because he did not want to enter the main temple that he chose to stay in the primordial divine war plane. However, although he did not enter the main temple, the power bestowed to him by the sovereign was not any weaker than that of any other god within the main temple. He created the Night King Valley and became the Night King. He was the commander of the assassination world. In the ancient divine warplane, he could be said to be the King of Kings. However, although the Night King Valley had always been in command of the ancient divine war assassins, they rarely appeared. This sudden appearance shocked many people. It created quite a few ripples throughout the entire ancient god battle. People from the Night King Valley appeared. The members of the Wang clan and the Qi clan retreated. Wang Tai slowly woke up from his rage and turned to look at Long Fei. Long Fei then looked at the purple-clothed woman and said, "Thank you for your help." The lady in purple said faintly, "Even if I didn't do anything, you would have had a way to block the dagger, but I was the one who went overboard. In that situation, besides using reset time, there was no other way for Long Fei to stop it. However, time reset was one of his trump cards. It was the power of the time laws. Once he released it, it would cause a lot of trouble." Long Fei smiled and said, "If you don't attack, I really won't be able to do anything." The purple-dressed woman said, "In that case, you really should thank me?" Wang Tai immediately bowed, "Thank you, master." The purple-dressed woman smiled slightly and said, "It was just a small matter." Then, the purple-dressed woman said, "Uncle Nether, let's go." He turned and walked into the God's Hotel. She did not make any request of Long Fei, because she knew that now was not the time. She only wanted Long Fei to pay attention to her. 9 Steps Yang Reversion Pill. This pill was no ordinary pill. You cannot make such a request just because you saved Long Fei's brother once, and also, it was unknown if Long Fei could actually refine it. Helping others should be enough. She believed that Long Fei would still need her help in some way. Because his identity. Wang Tai's identity had already been exposed. What was Long Fei's identity? It's hard to avoid escaping from Devil Island. With this identity, he could not possibly be an envoy from the main temple. Indeed, God's Rudder immediately gathered all the clan elders for an emergency meeting. How could he be someone from the Devil Island? I heard that the dome of the Devil Island was broken by someone a while ago. Now that the Devil Island has completely clashed with the primordial divine warplane, it's possible for them to enter the primordial divine warplane. If that brat is really someone from the Devil Island, then what we did before. You must know that the Devil Island is a place that the main temple cannot tolerate. If we go and help someone who is opposing the main temple, just in case. He did not dare to continue. Everyone knew that the ancient god battle was in the hands of the main temple's gods. It wasn't just the ancient war. The 100,000 planes were all in the hands of the gods in the main temple. Wasn't opposing main temple equivalent to seeking death? Helmsman, you have to reconsider this matter. What are you afraid of? So what if they are people of the Devil Island? In my opinion, that brat is very good. He was able to refine a continuous bone pill, and he is also loyal to his brother. I agree too. Both sides began to argue. God's Rudder locked the space between his brows and said faintly, "I have already sent people to investigate. If he really is someone from Devil Island, then we must keep our distance." God's commercial alliances is indeed not afraid of anything, but we cannot offend the main temple. Some people should not be provoked. Some powers should not be provoked. Everyone in the ancient god battlefield knew that the dome of the Devil Island had shattered. If he colluded with the people of Devil Island again, the consequences would be hard to imagine. The meeting ended. God's Rudder pondered for a while, before also sending people to crowded Sky City. He had to report what had happened here to the higher-ups, as there were some things that he could not make a decision about. It was the appearance of the King of Night Order. Uncle Nether Limitless, how do you think the gods' commercial alliances will deal with him? The violet-robed woman leaned against the window, staring off into the distance, the ancient scroll still in her hands. The ancient scrolls recorded all kinds of secret recipes and medicines. There were also many unique characteristics of rare spirit grass. The nether slave bowed and said faintly, "The gods' commercial alliances' power during the primordial divine war can be considered quite great, but this kind of force is the kind of force the merchant union is most afraid of, not to be trifled with, and not to be trifled with. Even in the primordial divine war, there aren't many that they can't afford to offend, but what they are most afraid of are the main temples. I'm afraid." The purple-dressed woman said, "Should we inform him in advance?" Nether slave said, "Miss, today you have already saved his brother, and already helped him once. If you help him again. Moreover, it's hard to say whether he will be able to concoct the 9 steps yang reversion pill." Even the Night King Valley had to think it over. This was the person who was going against the main temple. Moreover, Nether Slave did not say it out loud, but in his heart, he was certain of Long Fei's identity. Devil Island did not have a divine-level powerhouse. Long Fei's cultivation was in the lower god, so there was one possibility. King of the Devil Island. What was the purpose of sneaking into the ancient god battle? If they did not handle this well, the Night King Valley would get involved in some unnecessary trouble. The purple-clothed woman wanted to speak, but she hesitated. Finally, he picked up the ancient scroll and started flipping through it again. "Boss, it seems like the way they look at us has changed. Is it because of that purple-clothed woman?" The Wang clan retreated. Whether it was the servants or the elders of the entire god's commercial alliances, everyone seemed to be deliberately keeping a distance from them. Long Fei was not stupid. "It's probably because we're from the Devil Island." Wang Tai's brows tightened and said, "It's all my fault if not for me. You are my brother. There's no need to say anything else. Moreover, I've come to the ancient war god's side, so I don't intend to hide my identity. So what if I'm discovered?" Long Fei grinned. He had never thought of hiding it. It was to face him head-on. Long Fei slightly said, "God's commercial alliances and the Wang family didn't discover it, but that purple-clothed woman. What is her purpose? What exactly is a king of Night Order?" Chapter 1968 One Punch KO. Chapter 1968 One Punch KO. Long Fei didn't understand anything about the primordial divine war. The same goes for King of Night Order. Wang Tai explained the teleportation of the King of Night Order simply. Long Fei was secretly shocked and said, "That means the Night King Valley is the strongest assassination organization in the primordial divine war?" "You could say that. There are people not only in the ancient divine war, there are also people in the battleground. If the legends are true, then even the main temple's gods would have to be a little afraid of them." Wang Tai said. "So abnormal? No wonder, just one token is enough to make the Wang clan members not even dare to fart." Long Fei laughed. "The strongest assassination organization is the god of Death's Blade. So fierce." Long Fei muttered to himself, "A person as fierce as her, there shouldn't be anything that can't be accomplished, right? Why did he have to help?" "Do you have something to ask of me?" Wang Tai asked. "Boss, what did you say?" Long Fei waved his hand and said, "Nothing. Since the Night King Valley is so powerful, what can't be done?" There was no need to beg him. He must be overthinking things. Long Fei thought, but I am rather interested in that face under the purple veil. Wang Tai asked, "Boss, what do we do next? Are we leaving? Now that our identities have been exposed, I'm afraid." King of Night Order could only suppress them for a while. Once the purple-clothed woman left, the Wang family's killing order would be activated. At that time, it would not be easy for them to leave City of Martial Arts. Moreover, the people of God's commercial alliances were also unable to judge. What if they were to make a move, it would be impossible for them to escape. Long Fei asked, "Leave what? You haven't avenged yourself yet, why did you leave?" "It wouldn't be too much to see my mother after leaving home for more than 10 years, right? I'll take care of it," Long Fei said. "Leaving? Your father's anger has not yet subsided. How can you leave now? Isn't the Wang clan, the Qi clan's disciple, an expert that is going to participate in the competition? Then we'll have to intercept them. Tell their king, not a single person from the Qi and Qi family to enter the martial stage, let alone enter the divine ranking. As for God's commercial alliances..." Long Fei took out the purple diamond card, threw it over to Wang Tai and said, "There's still 3 million divine stones inside, there's still 2 more days until the martial stage competition. In these 2 days I'll spend the 3 million divine stones. Do you want to spend the money?" He had spent 10 million divine stones and 7 million to buy the spirit pellets, so he had spent the remaining 3 million. It wasn't in his previous life. "I need an ID card, a phone call, a family phone call, and so on. After using the purple diamond card, go find a ghost. Of course. No one would be like him. The value of a purple diamond card would far exceed 10 million divine stones." Wang Tai said, "Boss, what about you?" Long Fei said, "I will take a stroll around. You should go into closed-door cultivation, if you want to prove to the Wang family that you have the best chance of watching the competition." "And your fiancé?" Wang Tai clenched his fists tightly and said solemnly, "I will prove it to them. Also, Qi Xiener is no longer my fiancé." Long Fei laughed loudly, "Ha ha. This is who you are." Wang Tai left with Long Fei's purple diamond card. Long Fei took a glance at the 2 incomparably obedient Fox twins in the room and asked slightly, "Do you want to be free?" The twins' eyes lit up, but, finally, he shook his head with all his might. "If I were to ransom you guys, how many divine stones would that cost?" Long Fei asked again. The twins shook their heads again. It seemed that they had suffered even more than Long Fei had imagined. Long Fei smiled faintly and said, "All right, you guys can leave first, I'll rest a bit by myself." It wasn't that his body couldn't handle it. Long Fei was afraid that the twins wouldn't be able to take it. Also, when Long Fei entered the ancient holy battlefield, he discovered that he was still not strong enough. The power to crush the destiny god was the power of the dragon-shaped mark, and his mother could not even begin to control it. He was slightly stronger than an ordinary powerhouse of the first stage. He had to continue upgrading. There was only one way to raise his cultivation. He wanted to destroy the cultivation method. A steel armor beast with 100 million experience. The first stage's mission was to gain 10,000 or 1 trillion experience to level up. Isn't it just like flying? However, Long Fei's idea moved and entered into the cultivation mode of the dragon coffin. The purple-dressed woman's expression turned cold as she said lightly, "They want to participate in the martial stage competition." The nether slave said, "The competition this time round will not be that simple. All sorts of forces will infiltrate, so his cultivation will not have any advantages." "Miss, why is he from Devil Island participating in the competition? Could it be that he still wants to enter the heavenly ranking?" "That's not right. If it's the divine ranking, then he's exposed." "Why is that?" The purple-dressed woman gently smiled and said, "I feel like he is becoming more and more interesting. Uncle Nether, register for me, and I will also participate." Boom! Long Fei was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat, and was once again killed by the steel armor beast. F***ck. Again. Long Fei shouted out one sentence and once again entered the strange star battlefield. 10 steel armor beasts surrounded him and crazily attacked him while he continuously dodged and dodged. Eagle's eye. Ding. Clear vision failed. The chances of finding a fatal location with 5% insight were too small. Boom! Long Fei smashed his fist onto the head of Steel Armor Beast's beast, causing the bones on his arm to bulge out. Exceptionally painful. 48 million fighting strength, but it did not do any damage to the Steel Armor Beast. MIS, incessant MIS. Long Fei wanted to die. How strong were the Steel Armor Beast's defenses? The colossal dragon watched with his spiritual sense, but did not say anything. Fight. There was no other shortcut. The only method was to take on all enemies, fight to the death, and constantly absorb combat experience. Only by thoroughly tempering his body would he be able to enter a state where he could enter into battle at any time. This was something that could be refined. Long Fei was like a piece of good steel. These Steel Armor Beasts were fire hammers that were constantly being tempered. When the day came that he had completed the tempering of this piece of steel, the 10,000 Steel Armor Beasts would all be easy. At the same time, Luby, God's Hotel's underground boxing arena. The moment Li Yuanba stepped out of the arena and into the boundaries cage, he raised his eyes slightly, and the muscles on his body seemed to twitch. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The joints exploded. In front of him was an old man who looked to be over 100 years old. The old man's gaze was cold as he stared at Li Yuanba with a sinister sneer on his face, and said slightly, "Luby, today is the day where you will be finished." Schwa! One step. His figure disappeared. Li Yuanba gave a silly smile as he swung his right arm. Bam! The fist landed in the air, and the old man fell to the ground. One punch KO. Chapter 1969, An Accident. Chapter 1969, An Accident. Ha ha! We've won. I won again. I won 3,000 divine stones today. Let's go drink. I'll take over the entire area today. Ha ha ha! Luby is too mighty. 101 wins, all a punch. Who can do that? He's our savior. If I win another round, I will become 100,000 rich men. The entire underground arena burst into cheers. However, Li Yuanba did not react at all to these victories, nor did he rejoice at them. Instead, there was a trace of loneliness in his eyes as he valued the dark passage and muttered in his heart, "Boss, will you really come here?" He didn't know. He could only wait. Each of the 8 Vajrahel was located in a different place after entering the primordial divine battle plane. However, yet they could sense each other's existence. Until now, none of the 8 King Kong's had waited for Long Fei. Li Yuanba let out a long sigh. One of his attendants said, "Master, why aren't you happy? Aren't you happy even after winning?" Li Yuanba gave a silly smile and came down from the boundaries cage. From a ferocious beast to a docile old bull, he said naively, "I'm happy." The attendant could not see through Li Yuanba and said, "Just now, you gave me another 2,000 divine stones. I already had the money to treat my mother's illness, so—" After pondering for a moment, the attendant still said in a low voice, "Sir, I think you should stop. Winning 100 rounds has already touched some people's interest. Moreover, there are people who are unhappy with you. They will definitely come to target you. Milord, if you only want to train, the underground arena is not suitable for you. Go to the martial arena and compete. There are also many experts there, you will definitely be suited to them." Finished. The attendant then hurriedly left. Li Yuanba watched as the servant walked far away and muttered, "Martial stage competition? Boss, will you appear in the competition?" A trace of light flashed in his eyes. He then returned to his silly state, slowly walking back to his dark and damp room. He was a free man. Unlike any other fighter, he was not employed by any side, and as long as someone challenged him, he would appear. Because he wanted to use this kind of winning streak to attract Long Fei's attention. After more than 100 victories, Long Fei did not appear even after a month had passed. Li Yuanba was also thinking of a different way to wait. no matter what. We'll talk about it after the last match tomorrow. Tomorrow's challenge was the written challenge from yesterday. Since he had accepted it, he would definitely accept it. After the competition was over, the day after tomorrow would be the martial arts arena competition. At that time, they could also participate as well. And then, Li Yuanba gave a silly smile, stood up, and started beating a steel board that was embedded in the wall that weighed millions of kilograms like a sandbag. There was only a fist mark on the steel plate. Whether it was the left or right fist, they would only hit 1 point. Every punch contained explosive power. That was why he chose this dark, damp room. It was because of the thick steel plate. That lord is in his room and has not come out. Wang Tai was cultivating in the pressure space's secret room on the 4th floor and had chosen to use the highest pressure, which had already exceeded the limit of what his body could endure. The twins bowed and said obediently. Fear could be seen in their eyes. The 2 fingers of the God's Hotel elder pinched one of the person's chin. Lifting her head up, he smiled. You guys did well, but you guys. I hope you can do better. While they were talking, the twin women's body began to tremble. He couldn't help but take a step back. The elder's eyes grew sinister as he coldly asked, "Eh?" The twins trembled even more violently. The elder sinisterly smiled. In any case, you are no longer idiots. Sooner or later, you will be sent to the women's branch courtyard. If you perform a little better, I will give you special arrangements. I don't need to say more, do I? Yi Zichen smiled obscenely. He gulped as he spoke. Those eyes. The twin women trembled as they continuously retreated. The elder looked a little displeased and slapped him in the face. What are you acting so haughtily for? Why? You like him. Don't forget your identities. A woman's face was red and swollen, blood trickling down from the corner of her mouth. However, her body was constantly retreating, but her eyes were still numb. She was already used to this sort of pain. They were captured from a young age. Train. Scolding and beating him up were extremely normal. However, they were foxes. They served only one man in their lives. If Long Fei left, they would choose to die. This was their original wish. The 2 trembled in fear as they saw the elder closing in on them. At this moment, Elder, the branch lord wants you to report about the 2 of them. And then, the voice rang out once more, yes, I'm telling you to go immediately. The corner of the elder's eyes slightly narrowed, his expression was extremely unhappy, and he coldly laughed. Today you can consider yourselves lucky, but the next time, hee. After saying that, he pushed open the door and walked out in large strides. Not long after, the waiter walked into the room and looked at the 2 of them, saying, What are you still standing there for? Why aren't you leaving? You still want to wait for him to come back and pamper you? The 2 of them reacted, their bodies trembling as they staggered out. He had escaped disaster. However, the waiter was afraid. Boom! A loud sound echoed out. Long Fei was blasted out once again. F***CK. My experience, I've already killed 10 steel armor beasts. 1 billion experience, why would I need to do that when I said I didn't have any? Long Fei forced him to do it. 10 steel armor beasts were killed, 1 billion experience points, but, without waiting for Long Fei to celebrate, 100 steel armor beasts suddenly appeared. It instantly drove him back to his hometown. 100 steel armor beasts were completely different from 10. The difference was not 10 times. This damned mission is too difficult. Long Fei could not help but grumble, but he felt that the strength of the 10 steel armor beast he had killed had become stronger. The key was combat experience. In that battle of life and death, the mindset of someone on the verge of death was even more different. Their strengths were about the same, just fighting to the death, just like their mental state. Although he did not achieve a breakthrough. But Long Fei felt that he had become much stronger. This was the benefit of Dragon Coffin's training method. Huff! Long Fei exhaled and said, I'm a little hungry. Get something to eat. Before he could leave the room, the twin girls rushed in and directly knelt in front of Long Fei, saying, "Master, go and save the waiter, he's about to be beaten to death. Save him. Please." Long Fei frowned. "This is just the right time to test the fruits of my training." Chapter 1970. My name is Long Fei. Chapter 1970. My name is Long Fei. The waiter and Long Fei could not be considered brothers. A friend at most. However, if his friend was in trouble, Long Fei would naturally stand up for him. The key thing was that the twins had suddenly kneeled on the ground, and their tears kept flowing out, causing Long Fei's heart to ache. He couldn't bear to see such a beautiful woman shed tears. To him, this was simply a fatal weakness. Immediately, Long Fei said, "Bring me there. Isn't your God's commercial alliances awesome? Do you dare to touch your men? Could it be that the Wang family has come again?" Long Fei asked. The twins said, "It's not the Wang family. It's Elder Mei." "Elder Mei? You people from the Tianhui merchant shop?" Long Fei paused for a moment. The twins nodded. "He's the person in charge of Tianhui Hotel. Lord, please help him. If you don't help him, he'll be beaten to death." Before he arrived, he heard waves of screams from the distance. "Are you messing with me? Kid, how much guts do you have? You dare to play with me? Don't you know who I am? Do you think this will save the twins? Let me tell you, when I, Mei Changtian, choose something, don't even think about escaping. Do you think you saved them? Humph. You're just making my challenge more difficult. It's actually more fun this way, haha. Mei Changtian said with a cold smile. The waiter was covered in blood, his face dark green, blood gushing out of his mouth continuously. He said with difficulty, "Elder, I am helping you. The two of them are the master's maids. If you get your hands on them, that would break the rules of the gods' commercial alliances. At that time the branch lord will blame you." Not waiting for him to finish, "Pa!" A whip with a thorn in it lashed out. It landed on the chest of the waiter. The skin was cut open, and the flesh was cut deep enough for the bones to be seen. The pain made the waiter's entire body twitch. Mei Changtian laughed coldly. "Him? Humph. Those that came from the Devil Island, I used to think he was someone from the main temple. Who would have thought that he was trash that the Devil Island had escaped from? Why should I be afraid of such a person? I'm not saying. If he was in front of me, I could have made him kneel down and call me father." At this moment, clang! The door was kicked out. Long Fei stood in front of the door and coldly asked, "Kneel down and call me father?" Mei Changtian's brows tightened and his expression slightly changed. He stared at Long Fei, then looked at the twins behind Long Fei, laughed sinisterly and said, "You two bastards! Wait and see how I'll deal with the two of you." And then, Mei Changtian looked at Long Fei and said, "That's right. Kneel down and call me father, or else." Not waiting for him to finish, Long Fei suddenly made a move. Fast movement. Mei Changtian laughed coldly. "Merely trash at the first level of lower god, don't you think you can injure me?" He stood motionless on the spot. Just as Long Fei's fist was about to land. Boom! Boom! In the darkness, two streams of power suddenly surged out from behind Mei Changtian. It was incomparably fierce. His speed was first class. With regards to the sneak attack Long Fei, he smirked and said, "One day ago, I might have let you guys succeed, but now..." Hee. In the Dragon Coffin training space, every time Long Fei fought with his life on the line, he would face all kinds of sneak attacks and sneak attack. Those steel armor beasts never did anything the normal way. They used all sorts of underhanded and insidious methods to sneak attack. It was child's play. Long Fei was not afraid in the face of battle and immediately gave up his attack on Mei Changtian. His body suddenly sank as he stopped like a boulder. Boom boom. Two fists slammed down on their noses. His reaction was fast. The change in his strength was also extremely fast. They were the ones who ambushed him, but in the end it became a sneak attack by Long Fei, but they became passive. 2 punches flew out. Mei Changtian flew backwards explosively. Mei Changtian's eyes turned sinister as he took a step forward and landed on top of Long Fei's head. With a palm strike he shouted, "You're courting death." The palm howled. An enormous pressure also swept over. Long Fei raised his eyes slightly. "Then let's see who's king seeking death." He didn't dodge. Long Fei immediately used his own skull to crash against it. A palm fell. Buzz. A burst of energy shot out, a divine light flashed on the top of Long Fei's head, but he did not retreat. Instead, he was sent flying by the powerful defensive force. An opportunity. Without waiting for Mei Changtian to fall, Long Fei took a step forward and reached the point where he landed first. Both his fists moved. Tiger roar. Roar. The tiger roared. He punched out. Like a heavy cannon, he blasted out, and Mei Changtian's body once again flew into the air. Long Fei's figure disappeared. It landed on Mei Changtian's body. Great bear. His long legs moved, and the roar of a bear pressed down fiercely. Bam! He heavily smashed into Mei Changtian's abdomen, his eyeballs nearly popping out, his expression extremely ugly, the blood in his mouth gushing out. He smashed into the ground, his entire person starting to talk, directly kneeling on the ground, coincidentally right in front of Long Fei. Long Fei asked coldly, "Kneel down and call me father?" A string of actions as smooth as flowing water. Moreover, Long Fei would often attack randomly. Even if left and right envoys wanted to stop Long Fei, he didn't know where to start. Blood trickled down the corner of Mei Changtian's mouth. His face was pale white. The pain in every part of his body was so intense that he couldn't even take care of himself. He stared at Long Fei and asked, "Brat, do you know who I am?" Not waiting for him to finish, Long Fei picked up his whip and lashed out, "I don't care who you are. You also know that I'm someone who came from the Devil Island. Do you think I care who you are?" Pa! His skin was lacerated, and the pain was unbearable. As the waiter and the twins looked at the whip, their bodies began to tremble. Mei Changtian's entire body shivered from the pain, and he roared angrily, "Brat, I am Mei Changtian and I am an elder of the Gods Hotel. If you dare to attack me, you are waging a war against the Gods' commercial alliances, and you must bear the consequences." Mei Changtian? I think you're Mei Chang. Bearing the consequences? Carry your sister's consequences. Long Fei hated people who threatened him the most. Mei Changtian immediately stopped after a few whips. He could not make any more sounds, because his mouth was already rotten from the whip. Come, tell me what consequences I have to bear." Long Fei shouted. "Woo! Woo woo woo!" Mei Changtian's words leaked wind, so she didn't know what he was saying. Long Fei said, "Go back and tell your boss, if there's anything you want to tell me, just come at me. As you all know, I am someone who came from the Devil Island. Remember, my name is Long Fei." Finished. Long Fei supported the waiter of the shop and walked out. The twins immediately followed. Mei Changtian looked at Long Fei's disappearing figure, his eyes turning cold. At the same time, he revealed a sinister excitement. "Long Fei. Ha ha. You really are Long Fei. You're dead meat." Chapter 1971. Chapter 1971, The Devil Island's Dome Crack. Everyone knew about the ancient god battle. However, the majority of the people only knew that the dome had been broken, but who was it that had broken through, and who dared to challenge the god and declare war on the main temple? Only a small number of people knew about this person. This man is called Long Fei. God's Commercial Alliance's meeting room. God's rudder frowned. Does he really say his name is Long Fei? Mei Changtian was already half dead. His mouth was about to tear apart. The right messenger beside him replied, Reporting to the branch lord, that's what he said. The Devil Island is a land of the forsaken god, a place where trash are gathered. There is basically no one in the lower god realm, and only Long Fei relied on the faith of billions of lives to become a god. If he really is someone from the Devil Island, then he must be Long Fei. Branch Lord, he is a felon that main temple wants to apprehend. We can't let this person go easily. He can't be forgiven just because he attacked Elder May. Our previous favoritism, protection. We were protecting the people of the Devil Island, and if the division chief finds out, I'm afraid we. And about that purple diamond card. Helmsman, this matter must be stopped. We absolutely cannot let him continue to develop. The various elders discussed animatedly. They had all thought that Long Fei was someone from the main temple. But who would have thought that Long Fei was someone from the Devil Island? God's Rudder's eyebrows tightened and said, I have already explained this to the chief instructor. I will send a letter before nightfall. The matter was too big. It was no longer something he could bear. The complexions of all the elders changed slightly. God's Rudder immediately said, I will bear the consequences of this matter. You all don't have to be afraid. Where is Long Fei now? In his room. In addition, would the people of Night King Valley help him again? I'm worried, an elder said lightly. God's Rudder said, the people of the Devil Island, not to mention the Night King Valley, even the Legend Palace would not dare to save them. In the 100,000 plain, who would dare to go against the people of the main temple? No one. The main temple was the controller, an existence that no one on the 100,000 plains could shake. Moreover, the absolute advantage of the current battleground was completely in the control of his strength, and it was impossible for him to move it in the slightest. Even if the evil god came, it wouldn't be of any use. Uncle Nether Limitless, it seems like he's in more trouble this time. But I didn't expect him to be Long Fei. That day, the dome of the Devil Island had shattered, the destiny god had fallen, and when the god had allowed Zhan Wushuang to become the godchild, she had felt that this man was not simple at all. She wanted to see it. However, she hadn't expected to see it so soon. The Nether slave lowered his body and said in a low voice, Miss, if he is really Long Fei, it would be better if we avoid provoking him. Didn't the main temple's influence say that just the Legend Palace, coupled with the Divine Sun's power in the God's Mountain, are things that we cannot afford? The purple-clothed lady said, Main Temple, Legend Palace, God's Mountain. In the past, when our Night King Valley was in glory, who dared to look down on us? How many people still view us from the Night King Valley as worthy of our title? There must be a reason for my father's death. If it's not Main Temple, then it's God's Mountain. I must get to the bottom of this. I'm sure of it. If it was Long Fei, then she believed even more that Long Fei could save his father. He was able to refine a 9-steps Yang reversion pill. As long as she could get that item tomorrow, she was even more confident. They had entered the city of martial arts this time for the auction, and for that mysterious object. Not only that, the same was true for those who had never appeared on the 10th floor above the purple-clothed woman. It was also for that item. He was the person that the violet-clothed woman feared the most. Long Fei's room. After Long Fei found an ordinary healing pellet that had gone through a simple modification, the quality of this pellet had slightly increased. Giving it to the waiter would save his life. The waitress woke up and said gratefully, Sir, you shouldn't have saved me, and you shouldn't have exposed yourself either. They don't know your name, nor do they care about it. Now that your identity is completely exposed, they might attack you. The waiter said worriedly. The twins bowed their heads as if they were children who had done something wrong. Elder, I'm sorry. It's our fault that we dragged you down. It's all our fault. Long Fei looked at the two of them, his heart incomparably cherishing them. You two are my, Long Fei's, women, so don't apologize for anything, and even more so, don't apologize to me. I never tried to hide it. So what if his identity was exposed? Whether it was the gods' commercial alliances, the city of martial arts' Wang family, or the Qi family, he had never been afraid of anyone. The twins felt extremely grateful in their hearts. No one had ever treated them so well before. They were merely playthings in the eyes of others, and no one treated them as human beings. At this moment, the door to the room was pushed open. Several elders walked in, looked at Long Fei and said, "Long Fei, your purple diamond card has already overdrawn 9 million divine stones. According to the rules of the gods' commercial alliances, you should pay it back today." Long Fei got up and smiled. "You're here to collect debts?" One of the elders laughed. "That's right, come and collect the debt. The daily expenses of your luxurious room on the 8th floor is 1,800 divine stones, and the daily expenses of the Fox twins are 5,000 divine stones. You should settle all the debts." The waiter struggled to answer. Didn't he have God's holy sword staked here? The elder sneered. "God's holy sword are just collateral. They can't be used as divine stones." Long Fei said, "Just say it directly." The elder said, "Feel free to pay your debt today or get out of Tianyin Hotel. This place isn't suitable for people like you." "Am I that kind of person?" Long Fei sat down with a smile on his face. An elder disdainfully said, "Trash like you." Before he could finish his words, Long Fei's figure disappeared. "Puh!" With a slap, that elder fell to the ground, unconscious. Long Fei acted as if nothing had happened and asked, "Is there anyone else who would say that I'm that kind of person?" Everyone quieted down. One of the clan elders said solemnly, "Long Fei, don't be too arrogant." Long Fei grinned and said, "I'm just so arrogant." The faces of the few elders grew sinister as they grew annoyed. The one leading them spoke, "I'll give you one day. If you don't pay up before the sun sets tomorrow, don't blame us for being impolite." "Humph!" He waved his sleeve. The crowd walked out with large strides. "Huff!" Long Fei exhaled a long breath and said, "What happens if we don't pay the bill?" The waiter looked at Long Fei and said, "They will attack you, and you definitely won't be able to block them." Sigh. Looks like every world is the same. Money is good stuff. Long Fei smiled slightly. 10 million divine stones, how can I earn that much? This was not a small number. The waiter said, "Sir, God's commercial alliances has an underground boxing ring. If we win 30 matches in a row, that should be enough." Underground boxing arena? Long Fei was shocked. Chapter 1972, Striking the Black Fist. Chapter 1972, Striking the Black Fist. Gambling was one of the fastest ways to earn money. 10 million divine stones was an enormous number. It was very difficult to earn 10 million in a single day. Long Fei did not care about the money. What he cared about was whether the gods' commercial alliances could come up with any trick. Wang Tai was still training in the secret room. Did not want to see the twins, the waiter and the others get into trouble. Thus, he chose to go to the underground boxing arena. The Fox twins followed Long Fei to the underground boxing arena, explaining the general situation of the underground boxing arena to Long Fei along the way. The underground boxing arena is divided into two parts, one is for gambling, the other is for fighting. Gambling. It's a gambling fist. A fighter who challenged an underground gambling den. There are two types of fighting. One is at the end of the line and the other is at the end. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't choose the latter. Gambling, without a limit, most of it will be accepted. According to the payout rate, a portion of the commission will be drawn from the gods' commercial alliances. These few days, there was a person who won 101 matches in a row, breaking the Chun clan's record and causing a stir in the entire underground boxing arena. Right now, his popularity is the highest. As he was speaking till here, Long Fei suddenly stopped and said, "Then it's simple, let's fight him directly." If you want to fight, then fight the strongest. The twins said, No, you're just a newcomer. You don't have the qualifications to challenge him. You only have the qualifications to challenge him after winning 25 consecutive rounds. Damn! Long Fei was startled. The twins continued, In addition, with our current money, we won't be able to win 10 million even if we fight once. We can only fight a few more rounds and win the majority of your odds. In that case, you have to submit a bit, don't win too quickly. This way your odds will plummet. This isn't good for us, it's just that. I'll have to trouble you then, my lord, if… Long Fei laughed. I didn't know you had such a business sense, it's fine if I feel wronged. Right. How much will it cost to ransom you? Long Fei asked this question once again. The woman he slept with, that's his woman, he would not allow anyone to touch it. The twin women lowered her head and said, My lord, we appreciate your kindness. We are not worthy of you doing so. Long Fei was puzzled. What are you afraid of? The twins were silent. Long Fei also did not ask any further, and said, No matter what you're afraid of, I will help you solve it because you are my Long Fei's women. He really did go to the underground boxing ring. Very good. Then follow our plan. In addition, also reveal this to the Wang family. Didn't the Wang family secretly raise a bunch of perverted monsters? Knowing that Long Fei will enter the underground boxing arena, they will definitely not be able to hold back. The god's rudder said indifferently, Not moving you in the open. Then be dark. Will not let Long Fei off easy until the main rudder issue out an order. The purple-clothed lady said slightly, Uncle Nether, let's go take a look as well. Nether's slave was a little hesitant but still followed him out. He was worried that the purple-clothed girl would sink deeper and deeper into her trap. In the underground boxing arena, there were many people day and night. The God's Commercial Alliance's underground boxing arena was Nightless City. From day to night, it never stopped. This place can make you rich overnight, and it can also make you bankrupt. Could make you famous overnight, or it could also turn you into a corpse and carry it out, throwing it into the unmarked cemetery. Here's your number, 1414. A wooden plate was thrown to Long Fei. Long Fei looked at the number on it. This number is really 6. Not long after, Long Fei's identity number appeared on the payout list. He was new. Newbies usually had a high payout rate, but the people who bet on it were very few because no one would place a large sum of money on a rookie that they did not understand. Long Fei's payout was 1-5. Clang. Clang. A few knocks sounded. Next match, rookie 1414 against the meat grinder. As soon as he finished, cheers erupted from the underground boxing ring. Meat grinder, meat grinder, meat grinder. Crush him. Kill him. Let's become the nightmare of new players, ha ha ha. His blood was boiling, and all of them looked as if they were on stimulant. He roared crazily. At the same time, many people were placing their bet. Basically, everyone wins by buying a meat grinder. With a height of 2 meters, his physique was tall and sturdy, and he weighed at least 800 pounds. If he were to rush over with his meat shield, he would be instantly killed. The reason why he was called the newbie meat grinder was because he was specifically used to crush newbies. The twins went to bet on him alone, and one of them said to Long Fei, Master, the weakness of this newbie's meat grinder is his speed, his weak point is his armpit. Also, don't win too nicely, our goal is to earn money. Long Fei laughed and said, Give me a kiss. The twins blushed and stuck their faces out. Long Fei kissed him and said, All right, I'll listen to you. Finished. He walked into the boundaries cage. Buzz. The bet is over. Begin. As soon as he finished, the meat grinder in the cage stared at Long Fei like a beast staring at its prey. A strong pressure came over and said, Rookie, tremble. Bam! With one step, the ground quaked. His right hand grabbed towards Long Fei's throat. His speed was not fast, but his strength was very strong. Long Fei acted as if he was slow to react, narrowly avoiding the attack. His face was pale as he said, "Big brother, let me play a bit more." "Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Look at him, he still wants to fight against us? You must be looking to die." Everyone laughed. The meat grinder also revealed a scornful sneer. "In my hands, not a single newbie will survive. You too." Buzz! An audience member suddenly screamed, "It's appeared! Meat shield attack! A instinctual skill! This kid is finished!" The meat grinder's body suddenly curled up into a ball. Its body fiercely bounced like a ball jumping. The bounce became more and more powerful. The higher the bounce, the stronger the strength of the heavy strike. Long Fei kept running and dodging inside the cage, while shouting at the top of his lungs, don't kill me, big brother! Calm down, don't kill me!" Everyone outside the stage was laughing. "This kid must be here to make us happy, right? This is called AF*** King Black Boxing? Damn, why does Lousy want to laugh? Definitely win." Just when everyone thought that they had won, they realized that something was wrong. For a whole 3 minutes, the meat grinder never stopped attacking them. Moreover, his speed was still increasing and his strength was still increasing. The key was, he couldn't stop at all. It was as if he had eaten Xianli. Bang, 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 bang. It was a crazy shot. It was a crazy collision. The moment he hit the ground, it became a pool of blood. Something was not right. In the end, a corpse fell from the sky and bounced itself to death. Long Fei revealed an astonished expression. "Wow, big brother, aren't you putting in too much effort? Suicide?" It was also at this time. The system sounded out. Ding. Chapter 1973 System Crazy Reward. Chapter 1973 System Crazy Reward. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing newbie meat grinder. Reward: 3,000 experience, 200 holy power value, 1 metamorphic energy value. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining jump art. Do you wish to learn it? Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the first victory of the underground boxing arena. You have obtained the God Stone. System notification: the more matches you win, the more rewards you get. A string of system beeps sounded out in Long Fei's mind. Long Fei thought that a meat grinder wouldn't do anything, but he didn't think that it would trigger a fighting reward. As long as they won in a row, the rewards would only get stronger and stronger. Just like a pyramid. Surprise! The door of the boundaries cage opened and Long Fei walked out. The spectators around him were not cheering, but booing. Trash! Trash! What luck! Shameless! Too despicable! You're the only cripple who won like this. Many people were unhappy. The people who bet on the meat grinder were not happy, because they had lost. The reason they were even more unhappy was that Long Fei had won without doing anything. To the audience, this was just a boring fight. To a gambler, Long Fei had picked his own life. To Long Fei, these boos did not affect him in the slightest, which also meant that these people did not clearly see how he attacked them. Most of them could not see it clearly. However, but there was one person who could see very clearly. The purple-clothed girl from Night King Valley. She smiled faintly and said, "This method is really quite despicable." Every time the meat grinder landed, Long Fei would not wait for it to land on the ground and secretly release a stream of energy that directly sent him back into the air. As a result, the bullet's strength increased. In the end, it smashed a few times and belched. No one saw Long Fei make a move, they only saw him constantly hiding and dodging in the cage, completely deceived by the illusion. "Master, you're really helpful, hee hee," the twins said with excitement. Without waiting for Long Fei to speak, the two directly kissed Long Fei on the cheeks, causing the surrounding people to be filled with jealousy and envy. Long Fei said, "Continue to register. We're still a long way from 10 million. Hee hee." The twins laughed happily. If he won, Long Fei would not be injured. Clang! Clang! Number 1414, continue challenging. As soon as he finished, the audience booed again. "This kid is dead for sure, I'll bet he's dead." "Me too. Let him die." Just a moment ago, it was definitely Long Fei who got lucky. This time, there would definitely be no such thing again. He would definitely lose. Long Fei's odds remained the same. 10 minutes later, the bet was over. Long Fei walked into the boundaries cage. Standing opposite him was a lean man. Compared to the meat grinder from before, he was like a matchman. However, this guy's aura was much stronger than that of the meat grinder. "Tsk tisk. Kid, resign yourself to your fate. It is your honor to die by my hands." As soon as he finished, the door of the cage was closed. The man disappeared. To many people, his speed was extremely fast, but in Long Fei's eyes, he was crawling like an ant. "Just acting, you have to show off a bit." "Where is he? Why can't I see it?" "Over there." "It can't be, he's that strong?" Long Fei revealed a terrified look as he continuously retreated. His body couldn't help but start to tremble. "Big brother, where are you?" "Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha!" Laughter echoed from outside the cage. "Kid, go and die. Even I have to win back what I lost just now. You're dead meat. Look at how scared he is. He dares to fight with a person like you?" Suddenly, a lean man rushed out from the void. He didn't know why. His entire body charged forward, his head lowered as he unceasingly charged, and then he fiercely crashed into the boundaries cage. Buzz! The boundary cage hummed. Bam! The head exploded. His body slowly slid down and fell to the ground. He was out of breath. The entire hall was silent. All of them revealed a baffled expression as they looked at the corpse in the cage, as if their brains could not come back to them and they could not accept this. Until the referee announced the result. 1,414 wins. Long Fei also revealed a silly look and said excitedly, "Ha ha, I won." At the same time, ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the second victory. The reward is Spirit Concentrating Pill. Wow! The first victor only won a Divine Stone. The second victor was a Spirit Concentrating Pill that is worth 50,000 Divine Stones? Ha ha! The reward from the system is really great. Long Fei was secretly excited. The rising rewards of this kind of pyramid were simply too exciting. As long as you win, you will receive a higher reward. However, at the moment, Long Fei not only wanted the system's reward, but also money. Too useless. F*ck, don't stop me. I'm going in to chop up his body and feed it to the dogs. F*ck, there's someone more useless than him. So angry. Long Fei won again. This time, even more people were cursing at the skinny man. He couldn't even take care of a single piece of trash, so how could he be more useless than such a person? "My lord, we've won again." "Lord, you're awesome." The two of them exchanged blows again. Long Fei enjoyed this incomparably well as he took out the Spirit Concentrating Pill and said, "Take out this medicinal pellet and sell it to a Divine Stone. This way you can get it a bit faster." There was a pawn shop in the underground boxing arena. Any item can be pawned. He could even pawn a woman. The market price for Spirit Concentrating Pills was 50,000 Divine Stones, but the pawn price was only 10,000 Divine Stones. To Long Fei it didn't matter. 10,000 Divine Stones would allow him to speed up the process. Continue the challenge. Victory. 1414. Victory. 1414. Victory. 1414. He had been acting like a fool all along, and he had been winning the entire time. Every time was just right, no one could tell. God's commercial alliances. Branch Lord, we've already won 13 matches in a row. Their total amount now is 300,000 divine stones. We've also earned 6 million divine stones from him. God's rudder nodded and said, I understand. Another elder said, Sir, the Wang family has already sent someone. They are the perverted death soldiers that you mentioned. Should we let them in? Enter. In addition, God's rudder smiled and said, Wang Tai's fee will double. 10 million divine stones? Heh heh. Long Fei, even if you earn 10 million, it won't be enough. Chapter 1974, The Wang Family's Poison Corpse. Chapter 1974, The Wang Family's Poison Corpse, We Won Again. Lord, we've won again. Hee my lord, you're really amazing. The two twins snuggled up to Long Fei's left and right, with a happy expression. This was already the 16th win in a row. Was pleasantly surprised by the reward of this victory from the system. After fusing, the user would be able to obtain double the amount of critical hit strength within 2 hours. Awesome! More and more rewards were being given out. Furthermore, this was only a 16-win streak. City of Martial Arts, Wang Family. Seems like God's commercial alliances will not protect Wang Tai and that brat anymore. Also reveal Wang Tai's secret training room to us. That's the time when the brat called Long Fei is truly fighting in the arena, the perfect time to teach him a lesson. Patriarch, the 2 death soldiers that were specially trained have been prepared. They have already entered the God's commercial alliances' underground boxing arena. Just watch, a mere trash from the Devil Island dares to act so atrociously in front of our Wang family, just you wait to die. Ha ha ha! A few elders of the Wang clan burst into laughter. They did not dare to move the king of Night Order. However, in the underground boxing arena, there were no rules, and the victor on the arena was the king. As long as they could kill Long Fei on the stage, the people from Night King Valley would not dare to say a single word. The other one. Bang bang bang. A painful groan could be heard coming from the Million Gene's steel plate. A big bloke kept bombarding the steel plate, and the mark of his fists became deeper and deeper. The underground chamber continued to emit rumbling sounds, like the roar of a wild beast. An attendant walked to the door of the room and said, Luby, today, a person who won 16 consecutive rounds has arrived. Li Yuanba's fist paused for half a second, and then exploded out again. The attendant continued, He is still continuing, and will probably continue to win. Besides you, no one else has been able to win 16 matches in a day. Luby, I wonder if he is here for you. Right. I'm going back to my hometown today, so I can't bring you out for tomorrow's duel. You have to work hard. Old monster of Chen's family is not normal. I heard that his body is made of diamond and can't be defeated. He doesn't seem to die. You have to be careful, and also, you must also be careful of the people from God's commercial alliances. Finished. The attendant retreated into the darkness and disappeared. Li Yuanba looked at the 1 million kilogram steel plate in front of him and naively said, 16 consecutive victories. His record was that he won 18 matches in a single day, all the way to the end of the underground boxing ring. 16 consecutive victories. He was still 3 games away from breaking his record. If he breaks my record, would he be the boss? Li Yuanba thought for a moment, then laughed simple-mindedly. He couldn't help but feel happy when he thought of Long Fei. However, Li Yuanba punched out again and exhaled. Old monster of Chen's family? It's quite interesting to have an undefeated fleshly body and not die. He believed that one day he would meet his boss. Now, what he wanted to do even more was to defeat old monster of Chen's family. Because, undefeatable fleshly body. Undying caused him to be inexplicably excited. Li Yuanba muttered, "Let's see if you won't die until you lose, or if I. If we don't lose, we won't die." Boom! 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 The secret room continued to rumble like a monster. In the eyes of many, Li Yuanba was just a monster. Stupid, silly monster. Once he entered the combat prison, he would become a crazy beast. 17th match, number 1414 continues to challenge. Who else? Who else dares to challenge me? The referee continuously shouted a few times. The audience slowly quieted down. For a time, no one dared to step forward and accept the challenge. 16 consecutive victories in one day was extremely rare, and no fighter would fight 16 matches in a single day, so Long Fei had to continue. 16 consecutive victories, and now your father is going to lose everything. What kind of monster is this man? Every time he wins, it's all because of luck. No matter how I look at him, he doesn't look like someone who won in a row. But now, he has won 16 times in a row. Could it be that he's been pretending to be crazy and stupid all this time? A lot of people seemed to come to their senses, but it was too late. Many people lost everything on Long Fei. Long Fei walked into the cage and asked, "Who else? Isn't it too boring?" There were many families in City of Martial Arts who had their own fighters, but they did not stay in the fighting arena all year round. After winning 16 matches consecutively, they had already defeated all the fighters in the fighting arena. What are you clamoring for? If you have the guts, challenge Luby. That's right, a trivial 16-win streak is nothing. Luby already won 101 consecutive victories. What do you count as in front of him? Many people were displeased with Long Fei, because Long Fei caused him to lose very miserably. At this moment, clang! The bell for the challenge rang. The entire audience went silent, only seeing a man wearing a black cloak standing under the distant challenge bell. His entire body was pitch black. His body was suffused with a black fiendish aura. He raised his eyes gloomily and said, "I'll do it." With that, he appeared in front of the boundaries cage. Not far away, Wang Zhong, who had his 4 limbs reattached, and Qi Xiener, who was beside him, all revealed a smile on his face. Many people were immediately startled. Wang family death soldier. It's a death warrior from the Wang family. This sort of people who have gone through special training, their physical bodies are all thoroughly tempered, they are almost immortal existences. This kind of death warrior training was brought back from the battleground by the Wang family, and it's also because of this reason that the Wang family was able to stand tall and did not fall after hundreds of years in the City of Martial Arts. Many people started discussing. The twins also quickly walked forward and said, "Sir, the Wang family's deathsworn, also known as the Wang family's corpses, are said to be dead. Since they were young, they have been soaked in a type of secret medicine, so their bodies are poisonous and cannot be touched." "My lord." At this moment, the referee asked, "Number 1414, do you accept the challenge?" Long Fei grinned and said, "I accept, why not? There should be Wang family members among those present, right? I'm not going to deal with you guys, but you guys are looking for me one after another. Then come." Buzz! Long Fei's side, the boundaries cage, suddenly closed. The Wang family's deathsworn walked into the cage, and the cloak covering their heads fell off, revealing a hideous and charred face. Their bodies reeked of a foul stench. Staring at Long Fei, the killing intent in her eyes was extremely dense. Wang Zhong shouted, "Kid, let's see how you still dare to act so arrogantly. Today is the day you die." The nether slave said softly, "This corpse's physical body is very strong, just his 48 million fighting strength is not enough to harm him. I'm afraid." The purple-clothed girl gently smiled and said, "I still think that he will win in a row." Chapter 1975 Dragon Fire. Chapter 1975 Dragon Fire Clang. The bell rang. The challenge began. Everyone was looking at the cage. The Wang family death soldier against Long Fei, who had won 16 consecutive matches. Kill him. Kill this kid. Kid, let's see how you can continue acting so arrogantly. Kill him. The audience was in a frenzy as they clamored. Long Fei stood in the cage and looked at the corpse in front of him, saying slightly, "Undying physical body? Heh heh. Interesting. The stronger I get, the higher the reward." Finished. Long Fei moved, his left fist exploding outward. Buzz! Power of Buddha surged out as he punched out. The corpse stood motionless. Without defense or attack, he just stood there and let Long Fei attack him. Wang Zhong's eyes lit up as he excitedly said, "Brat, prepare to cripple your hand." Ha ha ha. A punch. Buzz. The force exploded and the corpse took 2 steps back, but Long Fei's fist was burning hot, his body sank down, the rebounding force had caused his entire arm to have explosive sounds. Hiss! Long Fei sucked in a cold breath. The piercing pain on his fist was becoming more and more intense, and also, his arm was going numb. His fists were black. Poisoned. Ha ha ha! He really went for it. Boy, do you feel your fist go numb? Ha ha ha! Your arm is going to be crippled. Wang Zhong shouted excitedly. Qi Xianer also had a complacent look. The twins frowned. There is indeed poison in a dead body. Long Fei's fist was turning black and his blood vessels were extending towards his arm like black threads. The poison was invading his arm. Nether Slave said, he lost. The poison in these corpses grew on their bodies. If they were to come into contact with the poison, they would die without a doubt. Not only was the Wang family's corpse specially trained, at the same time, they also used the poison in these corpses to breed a flower of death. The two complement each other. Just a slight touch of this poison would cause it to infect. Once it entered the heart, the great Luo elixir would not be able to save it. Since Long Fei was poisoned, there was no Wang family's antidote, only death awaits him. The purple-clothed young girl's brows lightly furrowed, but she didn't say anything. Long Fei said slightly, "My body is really tough." While they were talking, Long Fei's body moved again. His entire body charged forward, landing behind the death soldier. Another punch landed on the back of the death soldier's head. Bam! The death soldier slightly rushed forward. He staggered but didn't receive any damage. A damage figure of -9 floated up above his head. His physical defense was heaven-defying. Long Fei's current fighting strength is definitely above 50 million, but it could only deal single-digit damage. Damn! Long Fei muttered. When he looked at his right hand, he realized that there were black blood vessels all over half of his arm. The more he used his strength, the faster the poison would flow. Ha ha! Brat, keep attacking. Let's see how many more punches you can throw. Our Wang family's death soldiers are invincible. Ha ha! Wang Zhong laughed. Breaking my arms and legs? Today I will watch as you die from the poison. Brat, even trash from Devil Island dare to be so arrogant. Continue fighting. The harder it was, the faster the poison would flow. At this rate, the black toxin would enter Long Fei's heart in less than 3 punches. Kid, you have this time as well? You made me lose 16 matches, I'm going to win this one, right? Ha ha ha! On the corpses, crush him. Crush him! Seeing that Long Fei was poisoned, all of them became even more excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. It was also at this time. Long Fei's odds were also rising. The twins looked at Long Fei and said, "Master, you can't fight anymore. You will die." "Lord, we can't fight anymore." Long Fei grinned and said, "It's time, I bet everything." The twins were surprised. "Elder, what should we buy?" Long Fei said, "Of course it's to bet on me winning." The twins said, "You've been poisoned." Long Fei said, I'm fine. The god's immortal bead had fused with his heart, so the black poison wanted to enter his heart? It was impossible. No matter how strong the poison was, Long Fei still had the power of a dragon-shaped mark. The poison corpse, right? The physical body doesn't die, right? Then let's take a look. Your poison corpse is strong, or my god steel is strong. As they spoke, Long Fei took out the piece of steel that had exploded from the steel armor beast's body. To be exact, it was a thick piece of steel. It was like a broadsword. The defense of Poison Corpse was indeed strong, but it was not strong enough to the extent of resisting the steel armor beast. In that instant, Long Fei's body moved, landing in front of the Poison Corpse, the corner of his mouth hooked up, and he coldly spat out one word: die. The god's steel smashed down. Bam! Walala! The Poison Corpse's body was split into two, just like a radish, which could easily be sliced apart. There was no defense at all. The black liquid from the Poison Corpse flowed onto the ground. Everyone was startled by this sudden scene, but Wang Zhong, however, laughed coldly. This was because when the Poison Corpse died, the poison had been scattered all over Long Fei's body. Immediately, Long Fei would become a Poison Corpse, the new Poison Corpse. The purple-clothed girl smiled slightly and said, "Uncle Nether, he won, right?" Nether Slave shook his head. "He lost, the Poison Corpse was killed, and the poison in his body will search for a new parasitic body. He is the best parasitic body. He will soon become the new Poison Corpse." The purple-clothed girl's eyes narrowed again. "Branch Lord, you were right, the Poison Corpse is not Long Fei's opponent. And just as you said, he will soon become the new Poison Corpse. Order me to open the boundaries cage slowly." The god's rudder laughed. The Poison Corpse's body cracked, and the black venom flowed all over the ground. The venom seemed to have a mind of its own as it crazily rushed towards Long Fei. Long Fei retreated, but did not. He could not leave the boundaries cage without opening it. Long Fei's eyes turned sinister. "You want me to die inside?" Wang Zhong laughed complacently. "Ha ha ha. So what if he killed a dead body? You're going to die too, ha ha ha." The twins anxiously asked, "Why didn't you open the boundaries cage?" The referee coldly stated, "This match is not over yet, we can't begin." The twins burst into tears. Long Fei suddenly stopped and said, "You want to see me make a joke? Then let's see who's the joke." Suddenly, the dragon-shaped mark on his right arm flickered with a ray of light. Following that, Long Fei chopped down with his right leg and shouted in a deep voice, "Dragon fire!" Boom! A flame ignited under Long Fei's feet, crazily burning, and his left arm was also burning as well. The venom instantly evaporated. The system chimed in. Ding! Chapter 1976, Deathly Poison. Chapter 1976, Deathly Poison, 17th win in a row. The system sounded out. Long Fei did not care about the experience of the Poison Corp. The key was the system's reward. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 17 consecutive victories. The reward is God's Poison 10/10. Deathly Poison? What the hell is this? Long Fei was a little confused. He then opened up the system to see how familiar it was. Item: Poison of the Dead grade, Divine level description. The god's poison will turn into a divine level zombie, controlled by players. Description 2. The success rate of the god's poison is 100%, only 10 times. Rub. A higher grade version of the zombie's poison. Once infected, it will become the zombie's poison, so it's called the zombie's poison? Long Fei was stunned. He was slightly excited in his heart. 10 chances, will it be 10 zombie gods? Heh heh. Interesting. The system's reward is getting more and more generous, and it's also getting more and more whimsical. Long Fei accepted the god's steel and swept his gaze across it. He then looked at Wang Zhong and said with disdain, Is this your Wang family's poison corpse? If they can't even withstand one blow, is there anyone stronger? Not enough. Long Fei hoped to challenge his opponent even more. Because the stronger the opponent, the more generous the reward. This was what Long Fei wanted. The entire audience was shocked, and it became especially quiet. The poison emitted from the poison corpse was completely useless against Long Fei. His arms ignited with flames as well, evaporating all the poison in the Boundaries cage. Too fierce. The purple-clothed girl laughed excitedly. Uncle Nether, I already said he would win. Am I seeing things? Nether's slave stared at him silently for a long time. He was thinking about something. What exactly was the god steel in Long Fei's hands? Why did he use a sleigh? Nether slave muttered. I have never seen that kind of weapon before. It shouldn't be a weapon, it should just be an unforged piece of metal, but why is it so powerful? Mississippi, this kid is not simple. The purple-clothed girl said with great approval, of course. How could the person I choose be simple? She thought that Long Fei was someone who was able to concoct the 9 steps yang reversion pill, so how could it be simple? The Nether slave said. Miss, I'm not talking about that, but the piece of black iron that he just took out, that piece of metal is not simple at all. Even holy artifact S cannot achieve the same effect as that piece of sleigh. Furthermore, Nether slave swept his gaze across them and said in a low voice, many people noticed, God steel. The hardest piece of steel from the steel armor beast's body. It did not belong to this world. It had never appeared in this world before. The ordinary audience did not mind that Long Fei had used one of the sleigh's undefeatable poison corpses, but a bright light flashed in the eyes of the people in the private rooms. What's that? Immediately send someone to investigate. What a strong piece of fine steel. I've never seen it before. This is the material used to make peerless divine weapons. Go and find out. Helmsman, what is that? I have never seen it before. The poison corpse's defense is not just normal. That thing is like a radish. Could it be that the Devil Island has such a treasure? The center of God's rudder's brows tightened as he muttered, it seems like he has a lot of secrets on him. Has the chief steward come back yet? An elder shook his head. Not yet, but it should be soon. He was still waiting for the rudder to give the order. He would not act rashly until he had been ordered to do so by the rudder. Many people noticed Long Fei's god steel of the Night King Valley. There were also a few other major powers that were secretly paying attention to this matter. Regarding all of these, Long Fei was completely unaware. We won. Sir, you're too awesome, hee. The twins' tears were still rolling in their eyes. In the blink of an eye, Long Fei had won, and they cried tears of joy. Lord, why don't we forget about it today? The poison corpse just now was only the lowest level. If we continue fighting, I'm worried. It was too dangerous. This caused the two of them to feel fear and trepidation. She didn't want to see Long Fei enter that state of life and death again. Long Fei asked, how many 10 million god stones are left? There's still a lot more to go. The twins lowered their heads. Although he had always been winning, with the decline in Long Fei's payout, he was still quite a distance away from 10 million divine stones. Long Fei did not hesitate and directly said, then let's continue. Even if it wasn't a divine stone, Long Fei would continue. Because the reward from the system was too great for him to extricate himself from. Clang. Long Fei continued to ring the bell for the challenge. Looking at Wang Zhong in the distance, he said, if your Wang family still has any monsters, send them out for me. I'll send them to the west together. Come on. Wang Zhong's forehead tightened as he tightly clenched his fists. He was exceptionally angry as he shouted, Long Fei, don't be too arrogant. Long Fei laughed. I am arrogant, what are you saying? Cluck, cluck, cluck. Wang Zhong gritted his teeth as they rumbled loudly. Smoke rose from the top of his head. A low-level poison corpse would require decades of nurturing. It would consume a great deal of energy, but to be killed instantly by Long Fei without harming him in the slightest was not a small loss to the Wang family. However, Wang Zhong's eyes turned sinister as he shouted, "Let's see how much more you can still act so arrogantly." At this moment, a purple-cloaked man stood beside the challenge clock. Purple-robed poison corpse? High-leveled poison corpse? Clang! As the bell rang, the referee immediately said, "Someone is challenging number 1414, do you accept?" Long Fei smiled slightly and said, "I will accept it, of course I will accept it. How can I not accept someone who has come to die? Gifting EXP and rewards. There's no way I wouldn't accept it." He was looking forward to a stronger opponent. Long Fei explained a few things to the twins and then strode into the Boundaries cage. "Hurry up, I still dare to live in this world." Long Fei was very arrogant, quite wild. Poison corpse could be said to be an existence that everyone in City of Martial Arts feared. However, Long Fei looked down on him. The Wang family was not in a good mood. Many people were extremely displeased with his arrogance. The purple-clothed girl said softly, "Uncle Nether, who do you think will win?" The Nether slave thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, "The defense, strength, and speed of the purple-robed poison corpse are all things that the poison corpse can't compare to just now. Refining this kind of poison corpse would take nearly 100 years. It can be said that refining this kind of poison corpse would cost millions of divine stones. The Wang family wants him to die." The purple-clothed girl's eyes flashed and said with some anger, "Seems like the Wang family does not respect my Night King Valley at all." At the same time, even the purple-clothed girl was a little lonely. Had the Night King Valley fallen to the point where they didn't even put a small family in their eyes? The purple-clothed girl was very angry. Nether Slave did not speak anymore, and instead stared fixedly at Long Fei, who was inside the boundary. "Do you still know how to use that thing?" Chapter 1977. Chapter 1977, Buzz. The Boundaries cage was closed. The moment the purple-robed poison corpse entered the cage, it suddenly raised its eyes. A sinister cold light flashed. At the same time, shwa! A violet shadow emerged. Fast. It was extremely fast. Wang Zhong ruthlessly said, "Brat, I'll let you have a taste of the power of the purple-robed poison corpse." The poison corpse just now was only the lowest level of poison corpse. Only purple-robed poison corpse is a high-level poison corpse. What happened just now would not attack the current poison corpse. It will take your life. Infuriated, everyone present looked at Long Fei. Some people cared about fighting. Some people were concerned if Long Fei would still bring out the God Steel. Long Fei stood at his original spot, seeing the purple afterimage attack him. He frowned. "Seems like you really are a poison corpse of different realms, then I'll see how strong you are first." In that instant, Long Fei's fists became heavy, as he threw himself into the battle with all his heart and body. His body moved to the side. Dodging the poison corpse's attack, Long Fei's left arm sank. One, power of Buddha. Boom! One strike landed on the body of the purple-robed poison corpse, but the purple-robed poison corpse did not move an inch. Instead, it swept and grabbed towards Long Fei, and instantly grabbed his collar. The poison corpse just now was on a completely different level from the purple-robed poison corpse now. Clutching Long Fei's collar, the purple poison quickly seeped out of his fingernails and quickly entered Long Fei's body. At the same time, the purple-robed poison corpse grabbed Long Fei and fiercely smashed him onto the ground. "Ha ha ha! Brat, they are arrogant again. How arrogant!" Wang Zhong stood up and laughed excitedly. Qi Xianer's face was also filled with joy as he said, "This time, he's finished." Wang Zhong shouted, "Fight against my Wang family? Who do you think you are? So what if the Devil Island came? Just like that monster Wang Tai, you all are a group of trash." Seeing that Long Fei was about to be smashed to the ground, Wang Zhong couldn't help but laugh complacently. The life of the Wang family's poison corpse was unpredictable. Who could resist? Nether Slave frowned and said, "This is bad." The purple-dressed woman's eyes turned cold as she said slightly, "I won't." In the blink of an eye, Long Fei's body suddenly smashed down, but his right hand suddenly pushed forward, pressing against the ground. The ground cracked, but Long Fei's body was not harmed in the slightest. The purple-robed poison corpse's reaction was extremely fast. After missing the blow, it immediately responded with another one, raising Long Fei up in the air and smashing Long Fei down ruthlessly once again. This time, it was even more ferocious. A dark purple energy crazily surged out. Long Fei's eyes turned sinister. "I was waiting for you to raise me up in the air." Long Fei turned around, and his legs immediately grabbed onto the poison corpse's arms. Using the force of the rotation, he abruptly pushed himself backwards and shouted loudly, "Break for me!" Crack! His arm was twisted right back to his back. His joints were broken, and with an explosive sound, Long Fei took the chance to escape the control of the poison corpse, jumping a few meters away. But the purple-robed poison corpse didn't feel any pain at all. He twisted his arms that were supporting on the ground. "Gotcha!" He pulled his arm back. This sounded extremely painful, but to the purple-robed poison corpse, the word pain did not exist. "Damn!" Long Fei muttered, "It's really troublesome." Wang Zhong laughed as he said, "You dog, just accept your fate. He's a purple-robed poison corpse. He can't feel any pain at all, and the poison in his body. Look at your chest." The purple-robed poison corpse's poison was different. His speed was extremely fast. Just now, when he had grabbed Long Fei by the collar, the poison corpse in his hands had crazily rushed into Long Fei's body. Long Fei slightly opened his collar to look and saw that below his chest, there were countless purple spots that were densely packed like tadpoles. No pain. It was as if he had been numbed. Long Fei's gaze tightened as he mumbled, "I don't want the god's immortal bead to reconstruct my body again. I don't want to endure that kind of pain. Since it's poison, then let's take a look. Whose poison is stronger?" Long Fei's gaze darkened. The idea moved, and with the poison of the dead, it directly rushed towards the purple-robed poison corpse. The purple-robed poison corpse also rushed forward at the same time. The fists collided. Boom! In that moment, Long Fei released the god-slaying poison. Then, Long Fei retreated quickly and looked at the purple-robed poison corpse that was still in place. Once the poison was infected, it would be controlled by Long Fei and become a divine-ranked zombie. The purple-robed poison corpse was a poison corpse. He was not a person. Would he be able to control it under these circumstances? Long Fei wasn't confident either. However, in case he couldn't control it, Long Fei wasn't afraid. There were plenty of ways to deal with him. "Ha ha ha!" Wang Zhong smiled and said, "Brat, continue. Why are you so afraid? Do you know the power of my Wang family's purple-robe poison corpse? Kneel and beg for mercy." Long Fei did not speak. The purple-clothed girl, on the other hand, felt a bit annoyed. Her gaze turned cold as she stared at Wang Zhong. In an instant, Wang Zhong was crushed to the point where he couldn't even move. He couldn't stand a single idea and felt as if his mind was about to explode. 1 second. Wang Zhong felt as though he was dead as the *T and urine in his crotch flowed out. "It scared the shit out of me and made me pee." He didn't dare to say a single word. The violet-robed maiden said coldly, "Listening to you is really annoying." The idea slightly withdrew, and Wang Zhong sat back down on his seat. His face was pale and his body continuously trembled. Qi Xiener, who was at the side, had a face full of disdain. Wang Zhong didn't dare to say anything else, but in his heart, he was furious. "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him for me!" Bam! The purple-robed poison corpse took a step forward. He took a step towards Long Fei. Bam! Another step. Long Fei stood in the corner and didn't move an inch. What is he doing? So unmoving? Could it be that the poison has flared up? The poison of this purple-robed poison corpse is extremely strong. Even a middle-stage lower god would not be able to withstand it, much less a person as insignificant as him, who is only at the first level of lower god. Then he's dead for sure. The poison attacked the heart. However, Long Fei was completely unable to feel it, because his heart was already protected by the god's immortal bead. The poison of the purple-robed poison corpse could not harm him at all for now. Moreover, the dragon-shaped mark on his right arm once again emitted a fluorescent light. The flames on Long Fei's body burned as they crazily devoured the poison. However, no one knew about this. Kill him! Kill him! Just look at that brat and he's still so arrogant! The surrounding people started to shout crazily. When they finally saw that Long Fei was about to lose, all of them felt as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The twins were extremely anxious outside, their hearts hanging by their throats as they looked at Long Fei. The purple-clothed girl's palm also started to ooze cold sweat and she couldn't help but start to worry for Long Fei. 10. Suddenly, Long Fei smiled and said a number. The sound wasn't loud, but everyone in the audience could hear it. 9. Another figure appeared. 8. One figure after another was counted. Every time a number was said, the purple-robed poison corpse would step forward. 3. 2. The moment Long Fei said the last number, Wang Zhong mustered up all of his strength and let out a heavy roar. "You dog, go to hell!" And at this moment, the purple-robed poison corpse suddenly knelt down in front of Long Fei and said with a heavy voice, "Greetings, Master. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.